Good evening, esteemed companions. Tonight, we shall embark upon a deliberate and tender expedition into the realm of ancient Greek mythology and the serene sagacity of therapeutic arts. I invite you to lower your illumination, nestle comfortably beneath your chosen covering, and permit the clamor of the day to dissipate. Our journey this evening will be undertaken in the company of Asclepius, the mortal man whose destiny elevated him to the revered status of the deity of healing. We shall explore the origins of medical practice in the Hellenic world, delve into the role of dreams as conduits for cures, and unravel the symbolic significance of serpents in relation to well-being. Each narrative segment will unfold gradually, akin to the turning pages of a venerable, time-worn tome. Now, with your lights gently dimmed, let us commence. One might envision oneself positioned amidst the undulating topography of ancient Thessaly, where the nascent morning mist gracefully embraces verdant olive groves, and the atmosphere is redolent with the aromatic essence of indigenous herbs. It is here that our chronicle initiates, not with the tumultuous cacophony of thunder and lightning, characteristic of numerous Hellenic legends, but rather with a more subdued occurrence, the poignant sorrow of affection and deprivation that would, in due course, bestow upon the world its most preeminent healer. Consider Coronis, a mortal woman whose raven tresses absorbed the sun's luminescence with the sheen of burnished bronze. Her movements, as she attended to her daily avocations, possessed the effortless grace of an individual intrinsically connected to the earth. The methodical grinding of grain, the diligent tending of modest hearth fires, the intricate weaving of textiles upon a rudimentary loom. Her hands were perpetually engaged, perpetually fashioning objects of utility. Unbeknownst to her, Apollo, the resplendent god of illumination and melodic harmony, observed her from the concealing shadows of the cypress trees. One might reasonably ponder the magnetic allure a divine entity finds in a mortal woman. It is not solely her physical attractiveness, though she possessed an inherent loveliness akin to that of wild blossoms, unaffected and oblivious to their own charm. It is, rather, an intangible quality. Perhaps it is the gentle hum she produced whilst occupied, weaving melodies that captivated even Apollo's celestial ear. Or possibly it was her intrinsic benevolence towards the ailing and injured, who occasionally sought refuge at her threshold, receiving succor freely dispensed through poultices crafted from mountain flora. Apollo approached her, not in the full majesty of his divine radiance, which would incapacitate mortal vision, but disguised as a youthful man with hair the color of gold and hands bearing the calluses indicative of honest toil. Their affection blossomed in the manner characteristic of those more uncomplicated eras, a gradual unfolding through shared discourse and leisurely perambulations amidst the hills. He assisted her in gathering therapeutic botanicals, and she, in turn, instructed him on which roots alleviated discomfort and which leaves stanched sanguineous flow. For a fleeting season, their happiness was unblemished. Apollo experienced an emotion rarely encountered, the tranquil contentment inherent in mortal affection. There were no grandiose exploits, no epic quests, merely serene evenings beside the hearth, envisioning the progeny they knew was imminent. Coronis's abdomen swelled, and she gently guided Apollo's hand to feel the nascent stirrings of their child. Neither possessed the prescience to understand they were engendering the future deity of healing. Yet, even gods, when entangled in mortal affection, cannot perpetually forsake their celestial obligations. Apollo was compelled to resume his cosmic chariot and guide the sun's trajectory across the firmament each day. He had prayers to attend to and poets to inspire. He departed from Coronis, imbued with promises of return, and she, in her guileless trust, believed him implicitly, knowing no cause for doubt. It is at this juncture that the narrative veers into its tragic denouement, a shift one can almost perceive approaching like a subtle alteration in the atmospheric currents. Alone and heavy with child, Coronis encountered Ischys, a mortal man hailing from an adjacent hamlet. In contradistinction to Apollo, Ischys could proffer something the god could not: a conventional existence, a husband who would be present each evening, offspring who would mature with an ever-present paternal figure. One can empathize with her predicament. Can one not? To love a god is to love an entity belonging to the entire cosmos. To love a mortal offers the prospect, however fragile, of belonging solely to each other. Thus, Coronis made the fateful choice that would exact the ultimate price. She assented to a matrimonial union with Ischys, perhaps under the misguided assumption that Apollo would comprehend the transient nature of divine affections for mortals, much like the changing seasons. However, Apollo was apprised of her decision through his sacred corvid, which had witnessed Coronis in the company of her new paramour. The bird swiftly conveyed its observations, anticipating commendation for its fidelity. Instead, Apollo's wrath ignited with such intensity that the crow's pristine white feathers were scorched black by divine fury. From that day forth, all corvids bore the somber hue of Apollo's indignation, a perpetual reminder of how betrayed love can transmute even innocent harbingers. Divine affection, when subjected to treachery, burns with a fervor surpassing mortal jealousy. Apollo's fury was not the vociferous, destructive kind one might anticipate. Instead, it was a cold and definitive wrath, akin to winter's inexorable descent upon the landscape. He dispatched his sister Artemis, the formidable goddess of the hunt, to mete out punishment upon Coronis with her silver-tipped arrows. The decision stemmed from profound anguish, not malicious intent, though the outcome would remain tragically unaltered. Envision the tableau on that calamitous morn. Coronis was engaged in the mundane task of suspending laundered garments upon a line stretched between two olive trees, her abdomen heavy with the life she carried. The textiles, unadorned linen tunics and woolen cloaks, fluttered gently in the zephyr. She hummed that identical melody that had initially captivated Apollo's attention, utterly oblivious to the silent approach of impending demise. Her movements were now deliberate, instinctively protective of the nascent life within her. Artemis materialized like a shadow stepping into the sunlight, her bow already taut. The goddess of the chase derived no gratification from this grim duty. Yet she could not refuse her brother's plea. There were no theatrical pronouncements, no concluding words of condemnation. The arrow flew with unerring swiftness and precision, and Coronis collapsed amidst the damp garments, her hand instinctively moving to shield the child within her, even as her own vital essence ebbed away. Yet, it is precisely here that the narrative unveils its more profound verity concerning healing and bereavement. As Coronis lay expiring, something stirred within her, not merely the infant, but a deep-seated sorrow that resonated even with the gods. She uttered no maledictions against Apollo, nor railed against her destiny. Instead, her final contemplations were dedicated to the child who would never experience his mother's lullabies or feel her tender hands assessing his forehead for fever Her dying breath carried a whispered supplication that her son would attain a greater measure of tranquility than his parents had ever known. Apollo arrived as her respirations grew shallow, and in that poignant instant, the deity who commanded the solar orb felt an irremediable fissure within his immortal heart. He perceived the exorbitant cost of his jealousy, not merely Coronis's life, but his son's prospect of experiencing maternal affection. The god who bestowed light upon the world had, paradoxically, engendered only darkness, and the profound weight of that realization would irrevocably shape all subsequent events. The god who wielded dominion over the sun lacked the power to resurrect the deceased. Nevertheless, he could salvage the child. With hands more resolute than any mortal surgeon's, he performed the inaugural recorded caesarean section, extricating the infant from his mother's womb, precisely as her spirit commenced its journey to the underworld. This pivotal juncture thus marked the genesis of surgical intervention within Greek mythology, executed not from clinical acumen, but from an overwhelming, desperate love. The infant, destined to become Asclepius, cried with the robust voice of one predestined for unparalleled achievements. Apollo cradled his son and discerned in the infant's countenance an echo of Coronis's gentle disposition intermingled with a divine essence. This child would mend where Apollo had wrought destruction. He would assuage suffering where his father had inflicted it. The god immediately comprehended that this was both a boon and a burden. His son would dedicate an eternity to ameliorating the ravages wrought by divine wrath. Apollo swaddled the baby in Coronis's cloak, still retaining the warmth of her body and redolent with the aroma of the herbs she had gathered. He breathed into the tiny lungs, imparting not merely life, but profound purpose. This child would comprehend agony because his very inception sprang from tragedy. He would apprehend loss because his existence itself bore testament to the sacrifice made for his life. Every cure he effected would serve as an homage to the mother he never knew. The god gazed upon his son and made a momentous decision that would reverberate through countless centuries. This child would not be nurtured on Mount Olympus, amidst the pantheon of gods, where he might absorb their casual cruelty and divine indifference to mortal suffering. Instead, Apollo would entrust him to an entity who understood both the inherent fragility of life and the potent capacity to preserve it. An individual who recognized that healing necessitated not only proficiency, but wisdom cultivated through arduous experience. As Apollo bore the infant away from the tragic scene, one might discern the quiet profundity of this moment. There were no resonant thunderclaps or miraculous portents, merely a father cradling his son, traversing the very hills where that son's mother once collected healing botanicals. The inexorable cycle of demise and restoration had already begun. Though neither deity nor infant yet grasped its full import, the baby slumbered peacefully in his father's embrace, unaware that his mother's demise would compel him to master the very arts that might have preserved her. He did not yet comprehend that her tender hands, which once meticulously sorted herbs and bound wounds, had bequeathed their healing touch to him through divine patrimony. But Apollo knew, and that knowledge weighed upon him like unbreakable fetters. Apollo paused at the periphery of an ancient forest, where venerable trees stood in a silence predating memory itself. Somewhere within that verdant gloom resided Chiron, the sagest of all centaurs, preeminently skilled in medicine, and the esteemed tutor of heroes. The god understood that what his son now required was not divine omnipotence, but the patient sagacity born from apprehending both mortal vulnerability and the meticulous craft of healing. The forest seemed to extend a welcoming embrace, its branches parting as if acknowledging the sacred nature of their mission. Avian choruses fell silent as they passed, and even the wind held its breath in deference. This was consecrated ground. They were entering a domain where temporal progression differed, and wisdom accumulated like fallen foliage, enriched by the decomposition of antiquated knowledge, composting into fresh understanding. As the narrative shifts, it delves into a profound examination of tragedy and the unexpected emergence of benevolence. One might ponder the peculiar calculus of sorrow and divine bestowal, where a mother's demise paradoxically enables the genesis of a prodigious healer. Affection blossoms into treachery. Treachery culminates in profound bereavement, and from this loss, the very foundations of medical science are laid. Chironus's ultimate sacrifice transforms into the cornerstone upon which every infirmary stands. Every physician's meticulous touch is predicated, and every palliative measure that alleviates human suffering finds its genesis. Yet, perhaps a modicum of solace can be gleaned from the realization that from the deepest chasms of grief, the most extraordinary benefactions can arise. Asclepius, destined for greatness, will inherit his mother's innate tenderness and his father's celestial might, all tempered by the sobering cognizance that each individual existence is intrinsically precious precisely because it is ephemeral. This profound comprehension will not merely render him a practitioner of healing, but rather the preeminent healer, one whose endeavors are propelled by an intrinsic wellspring of affection rather than a mere sense of obligation. The verdant depths of the forest envelop Apollo as he cradles his newborn progeny, and one can almost perceive the ancient tranquility that enshrouds them. These are sylvan realms, where the temporal continuum behaves uniquely, where every arboreal sentinel has endured for centuries, and every creeping shadow harbors the chronicles of valorous figures who preceded them. The deity's footsteps leave no imprint upon the luxuriant tapestry of fallen foliage. Nevertheless, an entity ahead of them anticipates their advent. Chiron the centaur materializes from an assemblage of venerable oak trees, akin to a figure stepping forth from the ethereal realm of a dream. In stark contrast to the boisterous, inebriated centaurs of mythological lore, Chiron moves with the dignified bearing of a sage and the inherent grace of an entity who has devoted millennia to cultivating patience. His equine form is robust and earthy brown, perfectly suited for the arduous task of conveying injured creatures to sanctuary. His human torso radiates the quiet fortitude of one who has assisted in the birth of innumerable foals and meticulously mended fractured bones with hands more delicate than those of any mortal physician. One observes as Apollo draws near to his venerable companion, for such is Chiron's esteemed position, one of the select few beings in the entirety of creation capable of conversing with deities on an equal footing. The centaur's discerning gaze immediately assimilates the tableau, the god's visage, etched with the shadows of profound sorrow, the infant swathed in a woman's cloak, and the pervasive scent of catastrophe that clings to them both like lingering smoke. Chironus. Chiron inquires with a hushed tone, and Apollo's confirmatory nod articulates the entire tragic narrative. The centaur extends hands that have cradled heroes and ministered to expiring warriors. accepting the infant with the assured confidence of one who has safeguarded countless fragile lives. "He possesses her eyes," Chiron remarks, and one witnesses Apollo's subtle recoil at the undeniable veracity of the observation. Even in his slumber, the infant's countenance bears an uncanny resemblance to his mother's gentle mien. This is the manner in which Asclepius comes to be nurtured within the profound solitude of the forest, within a cavern redolent with the aroma of desiccated botanicals and ancient sagacity. Chiron's abode bears no resemblance to the opulent marble edifices of the gods. It is meticulously sculpted from living rock, featuring alcoves that house earthenware vessels brimming with medicinal concoctions and shelves laden with ancient scrolls, chronicling centuries of profound healing knowledge. Bundles of aromatic herbs are suspended from the ceiling like silent, fragrant supplications, and a diminutive fire perpetually smolders at the hearth's core, ever prepared to steep restorative teas or warm therapeutic poultices. The cavern exudes a palpable vitality that mortal habitations seldom achieve. Water permeates the walls through meticulously engineered channels that Chiron has guided over centuries, thereby establishing natural cooling mechanisms and pristine sources of potable water. Fungi thrive in carefully cultivated patches, some designated for sustenance and others for therapeutic applications. The centaur has meticulously transformed his dwelling into a dynamic dispensary where every available surface serves the intricate craft of healing. Envision young Asclepius taking his inaugural steps upon the yielding earth just beyond Chiron's cave. The centaur observes with unflagging patience as the toddler embarks on his explorations, ensuring that he does not inadvertently stray towards the venomous flora that proliferate in the forest's shadowy recesses. However, Chiron refrains from impeding the boy's inclination to touch the innocuous herbs, those possessing curative rather than deleterious properties. Even at the tender age of 2, Asclepius exhibits an extraordinary gentleness towards all living entities. One might ponder the unique experience of being raised by a centaur. Chiron epitomizes a fusion of the pragmatic sagacity of a rural physician and the mythic erudition of an entity who has mentored both deities and heroes. Yet his pedagogical approach is remarkably unpretentious. He neither delivers didactic lectures nor demands rote memorization. Instead, he imparts knowledge through direct demonstration and permits innate curiosity to propel the learning process. Every lesson organically emanates from the bountiful provisions of the forest. When Asclepius reaches his 4th year, Chiron escorts him to observe a deer with a debilitated limb, limping through the sylvan expanse. The centaur does not immediately hasten to render aid. Instead, he and the boy quietly position themselves behind a fallen log, observing and assimilating knowledge. "What do you perceive?" Chiron inquires, and Asclepius meticulously points out the deer's preferential favoring of one leg, its notably slower gait, and its frequent pauses to seek respite against arboreal trunks. "Should we offer assistance?" the boy asks, and Chiron deliberates upon this question with profound gravity. Such teachable moments necessitate meticulous handling. "Indeed we should," he finally pronounces, but with utmost circumspection. Fear can inflict as much detriment as physical injury. He meticulously instructs Asclepius on the proper method of slow approach, speaking in hushed, tranquil tones that will not alarm the injured creature. The deer does not flee, perhaps discerning the inherent gentleness of their intentions, or perhaps recognizing Chiron's familiar presence. Chiron's hands operate with practiced dexterity, meticulously examining the deer's leg for fractures, discovering instead a deeply embedded thorn within its hoof. He extracts it with a bronze blade so exquisitely sharp that it appears to sever the very sensation of pain itself, subsequently applying a poultice of herbs designed to avert infection. Asclepius cradles the deer's head steadily, stroking its neck and murmuring reassurances he has assimilated from observing Chiron's interactions with other ailing patients. This methodology becomes the established pattern of the boy's education. Each passing day ushers in novel lessons artfully disguised as quotidian encounters. A fledgling with a fractured wing elucidates principles of bone setting and the intricate biomechanics of avian flight. A leporine creature afflicted with infected ocular tissues imparts the value of gentle cleansing and the appropriate botanicals for inflammation. A serpent with compromised scales unveils the arcana of dermatological ailments and their respective remedies. Though Asclepius remains unaware of the profound significance serpents will assume in his future trajectory. By the juncture Asclepius attains the age of 7, he is capable of identifying scores of medicinal plants by visual recognition and olfactory discernment. He possesses the discerning knowledge of which fungi possess therapeutic properties and which are lethal, which rhizomes assuage pain, and which berries mitigate febrile conditions. More importantly, he is internalizing the more profound lessons that cannot be found within any written tome. Patience in the face of suffering, gentleness when confronted with fear, and the quiet tenacity that genuine healing necessitates. Chiron meticulously instructs him that medicine transcends mere knowledge. It constitutes a symbiotic relationship between the healer and the patient. Ilo. A poultice administered with anger will not effectuate healing as effectively as the identical poultice applied with profound compassion. The centaur expounds as they minister to a wolf with an infected paw. The botanical realm responds to our intrinsic intentions, and similarly, the creatures we endeavor to assist also respond. This is not some arcane mysticism, but rather eminently practical wisdom. Patients experiencing stress heal at a slower rate than those who maintain a state of calm. One can readily visualize them on a typical morning, collaborating within the herb garden that Chiron has assiduously cultivated over centuries. The plot appears disarrayed to the uninitiated eye, plants proliferating seemingly at random, without apparent organizational structure. However, Asclepius is progressively learning to perceive the underlying, deeper pattern. Towering plants furnishing shade for delicate ones. Roots that ameliorate soil quality, flourishing adjacent to herbs that demand nutrient-rich earth. Medicinal plants strategically positioned to safeguard edible crops from deleterious insects. Nature inherently possesses the capacity to heal herself, Chiron elucidates as they meticulously transplant seedlings, their roots still clinging to the nurturing earth. Our designated role is not to contend against her innate wisdom, but rather to comprehend it and operate in harmonious conjunction with it. He meticulously demonstrates to Asclepius how specific plants coexist in their natural habitats, forging natural alliances that mutually strengthen both entities. Medicine, too, is analogous to this, he appends. A singular herb might offer a modicum of assistance. However, two herbs that synergistically collaborate can engender veritable miracles. As Asclepius matures, Chiron commences imparting lessons concerning anatomy, Utilizing himself as a living model, the centaur's unique bipartite nature, part human, part equine, renders him a veritable living textbook of comparative physiology. He meticulously expounds upon the circulatory dynamics of various physiological structures, the intricate interplay of muscles and bones, and the vital rhythm of the heart that sustains life in both mortal and immortal beings. Asclepius learns to palpate pulses, to discern the telltale signs of fever, and to comprehend the inherent pace at which injuries undergo the healing process. The lessons transcend the purely physical realm. Chiron instructs the boy on the profound interconnectedness between the psyche and the soma, how apprehension can impede wound healing, and how mental tranquility can accelerate recuperation. Observe the behavioral patterns of animals when they are afflicted, the centaur suggests. They instinctively seek tranquil havens for repose. They do not resist the intrinsic healing process. Humankind could derive considerable enlightenment from this inherent wisdom. However, perhaps the most pivotal lesson unfolds when Asclepius is 12 years of age and Chiron succumbs to a mysterious malady that renders him profoundly weakened and feverish. For the initial time, the boy perceives his revered mentor as a patient, vulnerable, and in dire need of succor. This unexpected reversal of roles instills in him a fear more profound than any injured animal ever has. What if his nascent skills prove inadequate? What if he commits grievous errors? What if the most sagacious being he knows proves incapable of recovery? Chiron, even amidst his debilitating illness, recognizes the profound pedagogical opportunity. Healing commences with the acceptance that we cannot exert absolute control over every outcome. He whispers from his bed of luxuriant furs. His voice is raspy, yet still imbued with characteristic gentleness. At times we effectuate cures, at times we can only offer solace, and at times we must simply remain present with suffering until its inevitable passage. He meticulously guides Asclepius through the intricate treatment regimen, which herbs to select, how to meticulously prepare them, when to diligently monitor for subtle changes, and how to accurately discern both improvement and decline. Recognize both improvement and decline. For a continuous stretch of 3 days and 3 nights, Asclepius attended to his venerable teacher, Chiron, with an unwavering devotion akin to a son ministering to an ailing, cherished father. He meticulously prepared herbal infusions, ensuring each brew achieved precisely the optimal strength, and vigilantly applied cool, damp compresses whenever the centaur's fever threatened to ascend. He maintained a quiet, steadfast vigil through the protracted nocturnal hours when his mentor's rest remained elusive. The centaur's typically rhythmic and robust respiration gradually became labored and shallow, compelling the young boy to discern and interpret the nuanced, subtle indicators of a body strenuously contending for its restoration. On the dawn of the 4th morning, Chiron's oppressive fever finally receded, much like the first light piercing the profound darkness after a protracted night. Although beads of perspiration glistened on the centaur's brow, his skin now felt refreshingly cool to the touch. His breathing deepened, resuming a steady, even cadence. The critical phase of the illness had unmistakably concluded, and both the seasoned mentor and his diligent apprentice recognized that an event of profound significance had unfolded. Asclepius had irrevocably traversed the conceptual boundary, transitioning from a mere observer to a genuine healer, from one who merely offered assistance to an individual fully embracing the mantle of responsibility. You performed admirably, Chiron pronounced with characteristic simplicity, yet his understated words resonated with the considerable weight of formal acknowledgement and deep approbation. Asclepius, in that moment, sensed an undeniable fundamental shift had occurred within his very being. This profound transformation had unfolded with such imperceptible gradualness that he scarcely registered its progression, much like the delicate, silent advance of dawn illuminating the slumbering forest. One day, he was unequivocally a student, diligently acquiring various techniques. The next, he found himself a fully fledged healer, empowered to make critical decisions that could literally determine the tenuous balance between continued existence and the cessation of life. As Asclepius advanced into his formative teenage years, accounts of his extraordinary abilities began to disseminate, extending far beyond the secluded confines of the forest. Hunters, suffering from various injuries sustained in the wild, specifically sought out the centaur's concealed cavern, having been captivated by persistent rumors of a prodigious young healer who possessed the uncanny capacity to perform what appeared to be genuine miracles. Chiron, observing his burgeoning student, swelled with a quiet pride, as Asclepius meticulously attended to each patient with an identical, scrupulous attention, irrespective of their societal standing or their capacity to offer remuneration. The young man exhibited no discernible partiality, treating the affluent merchant and the impoverished woodcutter with equal dedication and compassion. One tranquil evening, as they sat companionably by their crackling fire, diligently preparing various medicinal compounds for the ensuing day's demands, Chiron broached the subject of the future, articulating his thoughts with the measured, sagacious words of an elder who had witnessed countless students arrive and depart. "You have assimilated every fragment of knowledge I possess regarding the efficacy of plants and the management of wounds," he stated, his hands rhythmically grinding dried botanicals with a mortar and pestle rendered smooth and lustrous by centuries of continuous application. However, the art of healing encompasses far more than merely the physical restoration of bodies. Dreams, fervent prayers, the sustaining power of hope, the crushing weight of despair. These profound human experiences are also integral components of medicine. He then recounted to Asclepius tales of ancient temples, sacred precincts where the practice of healing and the realm of spirituality were inextricably interwoven. Places where supplicants sought not only corporeal remedies, but also a profound spiritual rejuvenation. "The inherent gifts of your divine Father are undeniably stirring within your essence," Chiron keenly observed, noting the almost sentient way plants seemed to yield their therapeutic properties more readily to the boy's touch, and how patients consistently achieved recovery with remarkable alacrity under his attentive care. "Before long, you will need to embark upon a journey of self-discovery, to ascertain the true meaning of being simultaneously divine and a healer." The centaur's prescient words proved remarkably accurate. As Asclepius approached the cusp of manhood, his inherent healing faculties began to transcend anything achievable through mere mortal erudition or skill. Lacerations and contusions closed with astonishing swiftness beneath his skilled hands. Fevers, raging moments before, would abruptly subside when he gently laid his palms upon burning foreheads. Plants, when harvested by him, appeared to amplify their inherent curative potencies, as if his very touch awakened their deepest, most profound therapeutic potential. Yet, with the expansion of his formidable power, came an commensurate escalation of responsibility, and Asclepius began to grasp the profound rationale behind his divine father's decision to entrust him to this exceptionally wise and benevolent teacher. Chiron had bequeathed to him an endowment far exceeding mere medical precepts. He had meticulously cultivated within him a robust moral framework, a foundational ethical guide that would channel his burgeoning divine power towards profound compassion, rather than succumbing to the pitfalls of arrogance or self-aggrandizement. The sagacious centaur had unequivocally demonstrated that authentic healing perpetually serves the sanctity of life itself, never merely the vainglorious ego of the healer. On the momentous day, Asclepius ultimately departed the protective embrace of the forest to embark upon his work in the expansive, complex, wider world. Chiron presented him with a staff, exquisitely carved from a branch of the very tree beneath which their initial, fateful encounter had taken place. The wood, testament to years of careful shaping and handling, felt smooth and remarkably warm against the skin. "Remember always," the centaur imparted, his voice imbued with profound wisdom. "True healing necessitates both the discerning wisdom to comprehend what course of action ought to be undertaken, and the profound humility to accept gracefully that which inherently cannot be altered." As one envisions the young healer receding into the distance, departing from his verdant forest sanctuary, an observer might readily discern the inherent grace with which he navigated the liminal space between disparate realms. He carried within him divine endowments, meticulously tempered by a profound, mortal compassion, wielding an extensive knowledge rendered truly wise through empathetic understanding. The vulnerable, wailing infant Apollo had once conveyed to these secluded woods had now matured into something entirely novel. Not quite a god, yet assuredly not merely human, but rather a unique entity perfectly suited to occupy the intermediary position between these two worlds and to minister to the needs of both. The innate gentleness inherited from his mother and the profound wisdom instilled by his venerable teacher would undoubtedly serve as steadfast guides through the myriad challenges that lay ahead on his destined path. The young Asclepius walked purposefully away from Chiron's secluded forest sanctuary, and one can readily envision the familiar, comforting weight of the unadorned leather satchel slung across his shoulder. Contained within its simple confines were the nascent instruments of his healing craft, not fantastical artifacts wreathed in ethereal divine light, but rather humble, utilitarian implements that eloquently spoke of patient, meticulous labor and assiduous observation. It is at this juncture that we discern a fundamental truth. Even healing imbued with divine essence commences with the most mundane and ordinary of materials. Picture him pausing momentarily at the periphery of a modest village as the morning sun, a radiant orb, pierced through the ancient, gnarled olive groves. His inaugural patients, in this new setting, would not seek his counsel based on any pre-existing divine reputation or widespread renown. Instead, they would approach him because someone, perhaps a keen observer, had noted his gentle, reassuring hands and the unhurried, non-judgmental manner in which he moved through their quotidian existence. In the epoch of ancient Greece, the practice of medicine did not originate within the hallowed, resplendent marble temples, but rather in the dusty, bustling marketplaces and the unpretentious, simple abodes, where human suffering patiently awaited the arrival of an individual possessed of the innate ability to truly listen. The unassuming leather satchel safeguarded secrets that, to contemporary sensibilities, would appear astonishingly simple. It contained a curated collection of bronze knives, each meticulously fashioned and honed for a distinct therapeutic purpose. The smallest of these, no larger than a child's delicate finger, was ideally suited for the precise extraction of thorns or the careful incision of minor abscesses. A blade of medium size, possessing an edge as keen and silent as a whisper, was capable of incising skin with surgical precision when the task at hand was hand-involved the intricate setting of fractured bones. The largest knife, substantial and weighty in the hand, was reserved for the most formidable and grave surgical interventions, procedures that other, less courageous healers often recoiled from attempting. However, these formidable knives represented merely the initial complement of his instruments. Carefully enfolded within soft, protective cloth were bone needles, some crafted to be as straight and unyielding as arrows, perfect for the straightforward suturing of wounds, while others were gracefully curved like slender crescent moons, designed to access and manipulate tissues in challenging, anatomically intricate locations. Thread, skillfully spun from the resilient intestines of sheep, provided the necessary sutures, material that the body could naturally assimilate as the process of healing steadily progressed. These rudimentary yet effective tools possessed no inherent magical properties beyond the extraordinary skill of the hands that wielded them and the profound, intuitive understanding of precisely when and how to employ each one. The villagers converged slowly, a cautious throng drawn by a confluence of stories they had gleaned from transient travelers. Here, they learned, was a young man who had assiduously acquired his formidable craft from the sagacious centaur Chiron, a healer who, moreover, carried the direct blessing of Apollo himself. Yet what genuinely captivated and impressed them most profoundly was not his celestial lineage or divine heritage. It was, instead, the profoundly human manner in which he knelt humbly beside a feverish, sick child, meticulously checking her pulse with fingers that seemed to possess an almost uncanny, knowing intuition, discerning precisely what vital information they sought. One can vividly imagine Asclepius meticulously unpacking his diverse array of medicinal compounds in that inaugural village, his every movement observed with rapt attention by curious children who cautiously peered from behind the protective skirts of their mothers. Numerous clay pots, carefully sealed, contained an extensive assortment of dried herbs, representing dozens of distinct varieties: willow bark, prized for its analgesic properties; honey, a natural antiseptic and palliative; and poppy extract, reserved for inducing profound, restorative sleep when surgical procedures became an unavoidable necessity. Each individual pot was painstakingly labeled with intricate symbols, comprehensible only to trained healers. A rudimentary yet remarkably sophisticated pharmacy that encapsulated the accumulated wisdom of centuries. Observe him at work during his very first morning as an autonomous healer. An elderly farmer, his gait visibly favoring his left leg, approached with a pronounced limp, a debilitating condition that had rendered his essential daily labor nearly insurmountable. Rather than immediately proffering a miraculous cure, Asclepius engaged him in a series of incisive questions. When did this pain first manifest? Does it intensify in the morning or in the evening? Could you precisely indicate the exact location where it troubles you most? The subsequent examination, meticulously conducted, would strike any modern medical practitioner as remarkably familiar. Asclepius's careful hands gently palpated the farmer's leg, methodically assessing the range of motion in the joints, his gaze intently fixed on the man's face, searching for any subtle indication of discomfort. He ultimately diagnosed an old injury that had never properly mended, resulting in chronic, debilitating inflammation that exacerbated with each day's physical exertion. The prescribed solution was far from dramatic, a soothing poultice of specific herbs to mitigate the swelling, a regimen of targeted exercises to strengthen the supporting musculature, and pragmatic counsel regarding appropriate periods of rest. But it was precisely here that his divine heritage subtly manifested itself. As Asclepius meticulously prepared the herbal remedy, something truly remarkable transpired. The plants themselves seemed to respond with an almost sentient awareness to his touch, releasing their potent healing properties with far greater alacrity and efficacy than they would for ordinary mortal hands. The resultant mixture did not merely emit the earthy aroma of medicine. It exuded an palpable sense of hope, an intrinsic quality that instilled within both the healer and the patient an unwavering belief in the tangible possibility of genuine relief. Word of his extraordinary abilities disseminated with astonishing rapidity throughout the close-knit small communities, and by late afternoon, an expectant line of patients had already formed outside the unassuming dwelling where Asclepius had established his nascent practice. Each individual case presented him with a fresh opportunity to assimilate new insights into the practical application of Chiron's invaluable lessons. A distressed mother presented her infant, suffering from a tenacious, persistent cough. He prescribed the inhalation of steam generated from boiled herbs and patiently demonstrated to her effective techniques for facilitating the child's easier respiration. A robust young man, afflicted with infected wounds, sustained during arduous farm work, received meticulous cleaning and dressings generously soaked in honey, nature's own potent antibiotic. One might justifiably ponder how a young, relatively inexperienced healer could possibly acquire the proficiency to wield such potentially formidable instruments without inadvertently inflicting more harm than good. The unequivocal answer resided in an unwavering dedication to patience and an acute, disciplined commitment to careful observation. Asclepius diligently honed his craft by first practicing on deceased animals, painstakingly learning the precise manner in which flesh responded to various types of incisions, how fractured bones could be skillfully realigned and repaired, and the intricate dynamics of blood flow and its effective control. Every single technique was rigorously tested and meticulously refined countless times before he ever contemplated applying it to a living patient. His repertoire of tools underwent a continuous evolution as his practice expanded and diversified. Asclepius initiated the meticulous crafting of highly specialized instruments, each designed for distinct categories of healing work. Slender bronze probes, precisely engineered for exploring the depths of wounds without causing any additional trauma. Gracefully curved forceps, specifically fashioned for the delicate extraction of foreign objects embedded in cuts, and even small, finely toothed saws, reserved for those desperate life or limb cases where irreparably damaged bone necessitated removal to salvage a vital appendage. Concurrently, his collection of medicinal herbs grew exponentially more sophisticated as he journeyed from one village to the next. He developed an acute sensibility for for recognizing regional variations in familiar plant species, discovering that the identical botanical specimen might possess markedly different potencies depending on the unique soil conditions and prevailing climate. A meticulously maintained, detailed journal served as a comprehensive record, documenting not merely which herbs proved efficacious for particular ailments, but also the optimal timing for their harvest to maximize effectiveness, precise instructions for their drying and proper storage, and intricate details regarding which combinations of ingredients unlocked novel and enhanced healing possibilities. Despite the ongoing advancements that saw various ancient nations create novel avenues for therapeutic intervention, it was not the tangible implements of bronze or iron that constituted the most potent instrument within Asclepius's burgeoning arsenal. Instead, this unparalleled asset was his profound capacity for attentive listening. Ancient Greek medical philosophy, a sagacious insight occasionally eclipsed by modern healthcare's focus, intrinsically understood that genuine restoration commences with the authentic reception of the patient's complete narrative. Asclepius assiduously honed the faculty of discerning not merely the superficial manifestations of illness, but the intricate totality of the individual, comprehending how deep-seated apprehensions, fervent aspirations, and personal familial circumstances profoundly shaped the course of their recuperation. One crisp autumn evening, as Asclepius meticulously arranged his medicinal preparations under the soft glow of a lamplight, a deeper philosophical understanding of Chiron's teachings began to crystallize within him. He realized that the instruments themselves held subordinate importance to the sagacious discernment of precisely when and how to deploy them. A surgical blade, if wielded by inexperienced or careless hands, possessed the potential to inflict grievous damage rather than facilitate healing. Similarly, botanical remedies, when incorrectly administered, could tragically induce toxicity instead of offering a curative effect. True mastery, he concluded, resided not in the mere possession of powerful apparatus, but in the cultivation of the profound wisdom required for their appropriate and judicious application. This profound insight fundamentally reoriented his entire methodology towards patient care. Rather than impulsively reaching for his most dramatic or impressive tools, Asclepius consistently initiated treatment with the most unassuming and conservative interventions. Frequently, what initially presented as an intricate medical conundrum often yielded to remarkably straightforward resolutions. Improved nutritional intake, extended periods of restful sleep, systematic reduction of psychological stress, or simply the profound solace derived from feeling genuinely attended to and comprehended by an individual deeply invested in one's well-being. The array of surgical instruments, therefore, came to represent medicine's ultimate recourse, never its preliminary course of action. Asclepius consequently cultivated an esteemed reputation for eschewing superfluous medical procedures, consistently prioritizing conservative therapies and only countenancing surgical intervention when unequivocally indispensable. This judicious approach spared innumerable patients from the superadded distress and potential detriment of invasive operations that frequently risked exacerbating rather than alleviating suffering. As the annual cycles unfolded and his proficiency reached its zenith, fellow practitioners of the healing arts increasingly gravitated towards him, eager to assimilate his distinctive methodologies and even to avail themselves of his specialized implements. Asclepius graciously received these aspiring students, recognizing intrinsically that the efficacy of curative wisdom amplifies exponentially when disseminated rather than jealously guarded. He embarked upon instructing others not merely in the precise manipulation of particular instruments, but in cultivating the comprehensive mindset of a true healer. Meticulously observing, critically scrutinizing preconceived notions, and consistently embracing the totality of the individual, rather than isolating their ailments. As one metaphorically accompanies Asclepius on his peregrinations from one settlement to another, witnessing his continuous refinement of both his implements and his methods, it becomes evident how this robust, practical groundwork meticulously prepared him for the more ethereal dimensions of healing that lay ahead. Prophetic dreams, profound visions, sacred temple rites, and spiritual remedies all found their enduring substratum in this firm bedrock of empirical medical expertise. The surgical scalpel and the fervent supplication thus operated in harmonious conjunction, each augmenting the potency of the other. The unassuming leather satchel, once the sole repository for all his worldly belongings, progressively expanded, metamorphosing into a comprehensive medical atelier. Elaborate cases brimming with specialized instruments, expansive shelves laden with diverse medicaments, and meticulously chronicled volumes of clinical observations collectively coalesced to establish what would be recognized as the inaugural medical academy in the annals of the ancient world. Yet, at the very core of this expanding institution, persisted the fundamental implements from his earliest days. Bronze blades maintained with unparalleled sharpness through ceaseless application, ceramic jars of botanicals replenished an immeasurable number of times, and delicate needles, polished smooth by the tender yet resolute hands that had meticulously sutured countless lacerations. Arguably, the most striking characteristic of Asclepius's philosophy regarding therapeutic instruments was its unwavering commitment to pragmatism. Notwithstanding his celestial lineage, he conceivably possessed the inherent ability to invoke divine faculties to instantaneously eradicate any malady. Nevertheless, he deliberately elected to operate within the constraints of conventional human medicine, systematically enhancing its efficacy through diligent scrutiny and unflagging perseverance. This deliberate decision intimated a profound truth concerning the essence of authentic restoration, that its optimal realization occurs when it respectfully acknowledges both human ingenuity and celestial benevolence. Within the unassuming confines of the leather satchel resided a collection of artifacts that, to contemporary sensibilities, might appear exceedingly humble, yet they embodied the distilled sagacity of countless generations. Among them were bronze knives, honed to such an exquisite keenness that they could precisely incise diseased tissue without inflicting collateral damage upon healthy epidermal layers. Miniature earthenware vessels carefully housed a selection of pulverized botanicals, the analgesic properties of willow bark, the soporific effects of poppy seeds, and the soothing qualities of mint leaves for gastrointestinal distress. Strips of pristine linen, laundered and re-laundered to achieve the suppleness of fine silk, lay prepared for their eventual metamorphosis into protective dressings. Complementing these were a set of bronze needles, as delicate as individual strands of hair, capable of meticulously suturing lacerations that might otherwise remain stubbornly unhealed. One might reasonably ponder the means by which such seemingly rudimentary instruments could effectuate profound therapeutic marvels. Yet, Asclepius possessed an intuitive grasp of a principle that contemporary medical paradigms occasionally neglect. That true restoration emanates not solely from the implements themselves, but fundamentally from the skilled hands that guide them. Consider, for instance, his inaugural encounter with a patient, an aged agrarian whose debilitating arthritis rendered every motion an agonizing ordeal. Asclepius abstained from an immediate recourse to pharmacological interventions. Instead, he initiated a line of inquiry that prior practitioners had evidently overlooked. At what junctures does this discomfort manifest with greatest intensity? He gently probed, settling himself beside the venerable man upon a time-worn wooden bench, its surface polished smooth by decades of diligent service. What factors tend to alleviate it, and conversely, what appears to exacerbate its severity? His discerning hands then delicately palpated the inflamed articulations, a touch so remarkably tender it astonished both the ailing individual and the surrounding witnesses. This interaction transcended mere diagnostic assessment. It constituted an intimate dialogue between the healer and the corporeal form, articulated in the eloquent lexicon of meticulous observation. From the depths of his satchel, Asclepius carefully extracted a diminutive earthenware vessel containing an aromatic oil, meticulously infused with botanical essences, the preparation of which Chiron had imparted to him. This intricate procedure spanned numerous weeks, involving the precise harvesting of particular flora at their optimal seasonal moment, their subsequent desiccation under specific environmental parameters, and their eventual amalgamation with oil derived from the most exquisite olives. Yet, as he gently worked the therapeutic compound into the farmer's ailing joints, a palpable sense of instantaneous alleviation visibly smoothed the countenance of the elderly man. "The celestial beings have surely graced your hands, young physician," the farmer uttered with profound gratitude. Asclepius, however, demurred with a slight shake of his head. "The true benediction resides within the flora," he responded. "I have merely endeavored to apprehend the silent wisdom they seek to impart." This characteristic modesty would thenceforth define his professional ethos, as he consistently refrained from attributing to divine intervention what could be achieved through meticulous empirical study and diligent, sustained effort. As reports of his exceptional aptitudes proliferated, Asclepius found himself increasingly sought after for more intricate medical dilemmas. One poignant instance involved a mother presenting her child, who was consumed by a relentless fever that had persisted for several days. The indigenous curanderas had exhausted their traditional remedies to no avail, and sheer desperation compelled the distraught parent to seek succor from this youthful enigma, whose therapeutic prowess resided within a modest satchel. Asclepius reverently knelt beside the child's cot, meticulously observing the accelerated respirations, the crimson flush of the skin, and the paradoxical tremors that racked the diminutive form despite its elevated temperature. From his judiciously curated assortment of instruments, he chose not pharmacological agents, but rather a pristine swatch of linen, thoroughly saturated in chilled water. Occasionally, he elucidated to the apprehensive mother, the physiological system necessitates assistance in thermoregulation before the restorative processes can fully engage. He then demonstrated the precise application of these cool compresses to the child's forehead and pulse points on the wrists, areas where superficial blood flow was most accessible. Subsequently, from a separate ceramic container, he meticulously portioned out exact quantities of desiccated botanicals, elderflower, intended to induce diaphoresis, chamomile purposed to soothe the agitated temperament, and a judicious hint of honey to render the otherwise acrid infusion more agreeable to youthful palates. The methodical preparation of this therapeutic concoction evolved into a calming ritual that assuaged the mother's anxieties with a potency comparable to its medicinal effect on the infant. The process of recovery is actuated as profoundly by the presence of optimism as it is by the properties of botanical agents. Asclepius sagely remarked, as they collectively anticipated the abatement of the fever. When we empower individuals with the knowledge to assist themselves, we effectively restore their agency over the encroaching shadows of malady. The mother, witnessing her child's respiration progressively decelerate and deepen, experienced a nascent realization that she was no longer a passive spectator in the face of sickness. He proceeded to meticulously cleanse the wound using wine, elucidating to the shepherd that particular volatile compounds within the liquid possessed the capacity to combat the imperceptible adversaries responsible for infection. The youthful herdsman involuntarily clenched his jaw as Asclepius meticulously probed the compromised epidermal layers, excising foreign particulate matter and lacerated tissue with a dexterity as exact as that of a sculptor meticulously fashioning marble. Enduring discomfort presently serves to avert more severe suffering subsequently, the sagacious physician articulated. Occasionally, genuine benevolence necessitates the infliction of transient pain to preclude enduring debilitation. However, it was not the case that every implement within Asclepius's possession was designed for gentle application. Upon the arrival of a young shepherd bearing a profound laceration on his leg, inflicted by the formidable fangs of a wolf, and already exhibiting unmistakable indicators of septic contamination, a more decisive course of action became imperative. This grievous injury demanded a level of surgical adroitness that thoroughly challenged the extensive anatomical knowledge Chiron had meticulously imparted. From the depths of his medical satchel, Asclepius produced a collection of bronze instruments, their surfaces shimmering with a brilliance akin to incarcerated solar rays. The knives themselves were veritable masterpieces of craftsmanship, their edges painstakingly sharpened to an apex of perfection, and their handles meticulously bound in leather to afford an unyielding grasp. Yet, Asclepius handled each with the profound veneration appropriate for devices capable of either profound restoration or grievous detriment, contingent entirely upon the proficiency of the individual wielding them. With the passage of successive weeks, Asclepius's distinguished renown burgeoned, not solely on account of his extraordinary curative faculties, but equally for his magnanimous inclination to impart his knowledge to others. He meticulously instructed the women of various communities in the precise methodology for compounding the botanical preparations effective against prevalent afflictions. Furthermore, he educated young men in the intricate techniques of reducing fractured bones and the proper sanitation of injuries. His unassuming medical satchel, in essence, transmuted into a peripatetic academy of the healing arts. The finely crafted bronze needles were then brought into meticulous operation as Asclepius meticulously sutured the laceration, executing stitches of such exquisite neatness that they appeared more ornamental than strictly utilitarian. Each individual suture was positioned with an almost geometric exactitude, meticulously drawing the ragged margins of the ruptured dermis into impeccable congruity. The shepherd observed with profound astonishment as his once gaping injury transmuted into a pristine, linear incision, portending a trajectory of complete recovery rather than suppurating decay. "How do you possess such intimate knowledge of where to incise and where to bind?" the young man queried, prompting Asclepius to momentarily suspend his delicate task and contemplate the inquiry. "Each corporeal form articulates its unique narrative," he elucidated. "The sanguine flow indicates its inherent pathways. The muscular fibers reveal their desired orientation. I simply attend to their implicit communications and assist them in recollecting their inherent state of integrity." Yet the efficacy of any implement is ultimately determined by the sagacity that directs it. Asclepius consistently reminded his pupils of the profound principles underpinning their practical methodologies. "These instruments merely extend our physical reach," he elucidated during an impromptu discourse held beneath the verdant canopy of ancient market square trees. "But they are incapable of broadening the scope of our inner empathy. Compassion, indeed, stands as the paramount instrument, rendering all others truly efficacious." "Why do you divulge your knowledge?" Chu inquired a seasoned physician from an adjacent city, his tone tinged with a discernible envy for the burgeoning renown of the youthful healer. "Do you not harbor apprehension regarding rivalry?" Asclepius appeared genuinely perplexed by the query. "The magnitude of human suffering is far too immense for any single practitioner to alleviate," he declared with profound simplicity. "The greater the number of hands skilled in the art of healing, the less anguish will afflict the world." This enlightened philosophy initiated a profound metamorphosis within the realm of medicine itself. Rather than sequestering wisdom as a coveted treasure, Asclepius pioneered the establishment of the inaugural collaborative network of healers, fostering the open exchange of therapeutic methods and novel discoveries. He meticulously instructed them on crafting their own instruments, discerning optimal material sources, and identifying which techniques were best suited for particular afflictions. His iconic leather satchel consequently evolved into an archetypal model, meticulously replicated across the breadth of the Hellenic world. As our exploration of Asclepius's pioneering medical regimens approaches its conclusion, one might readily perceive the truly revolutionary nature of his methodology. In an epoch where recovery was frequently ascribed to supernatural forces or divine intervention, he steadfastly championed an empirical understanding of the human body's intricate mechanisms. He was instrumental in formulating the nascent systematic framework for medical practice, establishing the foundational academies of medical thought, and orchestrating the very first interconnected community of adept healers. He vividly illustrated this fundamental truth through his compassionate treatment of a gravely ill mendicant, a man whom all other practitioners had spurned. The unfortunate individual's condition was alarmingly advanced and excruciatingly painful, his physique bearing the indelible imprints of prolonged neglect. Conventional physicians would undoubtedly have dismissed him as beyond remedy. Yet Asclepius extended his hand to his medical bag with the same meticulous diligence he customarily afforded his most affluent clientele. The implements he employed were indistinguishable: the identical bronze scalpels, the very same herbal concoctions, the familiar linen bandages. Nevertheless, the profound solicitude with which he applied them fundamentally transformed both the therapeutic process and the patient's very being. Even when a definitive cure eludes our grasp, he imparted to his attentive apprentices. We possess the unwavering capacity to offer solace. Occasionally, that profound comfort itself germinates into the genesis of a recovery once deemed utterly unachievable. However, perhaps of paramount significance, Asclepius consistently remembered that the most intricate and potent instrument within his possession was, in fact, kindness itself. Every gleaming bronze blade was guided by an innate sense of compassion. Every herbal panacea was meticulously prepared with an underlying current of love. Every soft bandage was applied with an unwavering spirit of hope. His tangible tools may have been deceptively simple, but the boundless heart that directed their application possessed an infinite reservoir of profound solicitude. And so we envision Asclepius diligently toiling in that unassuming village, his well-worn leather satchel lying open beside him as he attends to an unceasing procession of individuals seeking relief. The transformative instruments of healing emanated outward from his gentle, skilled hands, much like concentric ripples expanding across a tranquil pond, conveying succor to distant corners of the world where suffering had previously lingered unaddressed and unacknowledged. Nonetheless, the practice of healing in the ancient world encompassed far more than mere physical remedies. As Asclepius's renown steadily expanded, people began to approach him with afflictions that botanical preparations alone could not assuage. It was during this period that his divine lineage manifested itself with striking clarity, not through ostentatious miracles, but rather through his extraordinary aptitude for comprehending the enigmatic nexus between nocturnal visions and restorative well-being, a profound insight that would eventually lay the groundwork for temple medicine. Imagine yourself accompanying Asclepius on a visit to a woman who had been tormented by relentless headaches for many months. No quantity of willow bark infusion or soothing compresses had afforded her any respite, and one could discern the profound despair etched into her eyes as she recounted nights spent restlessly pacing her modest dwelling, utterly incapable of finding repose. Her husband observed her plight helplessly, acutely aware that his wife's chronic agony had become the central axis around which their entire familial existence now revolved. "Tell me about your dreams," Asclepius uttered softly, settling himself beside her sleeping couch with the hallmark patient attentiveness that had become his defining characteristic. The request took her by surprise. What conceivable connection could dreams bear to the throbbing torment within her cranium? Yet, something in his gentle demeanor fostered a sense of candor, and she commenced to articulate the peculiar nocturnal apparitions that visited her during the fleeting moments when utter exhaustion finally claimed her. She vividly described dreaming of a cavernous, darkened grotto filled with torrents of rushing water, where she stood, desperately calling out for her lost child. The mournful sound reverberated endlessly, echoing off the unyielding stone walls that appeared to constrict with each passing instant. She invariably awoke from this disquieting dream with her headache profoundly intensified, her heart palpitating with an unarticulated grief. "But I have no lost child," she explained to Asclepius. "My offspring are all grown and thriving. Why does this particular dream incessantly torment me?" Asclepius listened with the same meticulous concentration he once applied to Chiron's teachings regarding the subtle indicators of the forest environment. He grasped that dreams frequently communicate through symbolic language, unveiling profound truths that the conscious intellect often struggles to confront directly. Through a series of gentle, probing questions, he uncovered the harrowing truth of a miscarriage she had endured years prior, a profound loss she had buried so deeply within her psyche that her waking consciousness seldom acknowledged its existence. Your corporeal form remembers what your emotional core endeavors to suppress, he gently expounded. Occasionally, anguish journeys beneath the surface, much like subterranean currents through hidden caverns, emerging in manifestations we least anticipate. He prescribed not only herbal remedies for her debilitating headaches, but also a ceremonial rite of lamentation for the infant who had never drawn a breath. Provide an outlet for your sorrow, he suggested, and it may cease to engender discomfort in other aspects of your being. This methodology became a recurring pattern as Asclepius progressively refined his comprehension of healing through the interpretation of dreams. He cultivated the ability to decipher the intricate symbolic lexicon of the slumbering mind, interpreting visions that unveiled the concealed origins of various maladies. A man plagued by dreams of drowning would, through this process, confront his profound fear of relinquishing control. A woman perpetually dreaming of being pursued would come to terms with her underlying anxiety concerning an unfulfilling marital union. Physical symptoms frequently dissipated when deeply rooted emotional wounds finally received the necessary acknowledgement and attention. One might naturally ponder how Asclepius pioneered such an unconventional approach to medical practice. The answer lies partly in his inherent divine heritage, for deities often communicate through dreams and celestial apparitions, but predominantly in his singular willingness to attend to facets of human experience that other healers routinely disregarded. He observed that patients frequently alluded to their nocturnal visions, and he began to scrutinize these narratives of the night with the same gravity and meticulousness he applied to the study of their physical symptoms. News rapidly disseminated about the youthful healer who achieved cures through the discerning interpretation of dreams, prompting pilgrims to undertake arduous journeys specifically to solicit his assistance. However, Asclepius did not merely analyze their visions. He empowered them by imparting the knowledge of how to actively invite therapeutic dreams into their own sleep. Slumber functions as a portal, he elucidated to a congregation of patients assembled within a hallowed grove of sacred trees. When we approach it with due reverence and preparation, we can traverse into realms where profound healing patiently awaits. He meticulously demonstrated the procedures for preparing for such therapeutic sleep. Ritualistic bathing in cool, pristine spring water to purify both the corporeal and spiritual essences. Periods of fasting to quell the incessant clamor of the conscious mind, and the burning of specific aromatic herbs whose fragrant smoke was believed to convey supplications to the benevolent gods of healing. This preparatory process became as intrinsically vital as the dreams themselves, creating a sacred space for the divine to permeate the mundane fabric of everyday existence. Envision the scene as Asclepius diligently arranges a sleeping chamber for a prosperous merchant whose chronic stomach ailments had stubbornly resisted every conventional course of treatment. The room, though modest, is meticulously organized. Pristine linen adorning a comfortable sleeping platform. Walls adorned with murals depicting serene landscapes, and a small dedicated altar holding carefully arranged offerings to the healing deities. The gentle strains of soft, ethereal music waft from adjacent chambers, where other patients peacefully repose in their own healing slumber. The visions that visit you tonight may illuminate the pathway to your wellness. Asclepius imparted to the merchant, as the evening shadows gradually lengthened, to do not endeavor to compel these apparitions. Allow them to emerge organically, much like birds instinctively returning to their familiar roosts. Whatever you perceive, endeavor to recall it with precision. Even seemingly perplexing dreams frequently contain nascent seeds of profound comprehension. He carefully placed a diminutive scroll and a slender writing reed beside the sleeping platform, cognizant that dreams are notoriously ephemeral and swiftly vanish unless meticulously transcribed. The merchant subsequently dreamed of a magnificent banquet, where he sat in solitude at a table laden with an opulent array of rich delicacies. Yet he was utterly incapable of partaking, for his mouth was meticulously stitched shut with an intricate golden thread. Each time he attempted to sever the binding filament, it miraculously grew thicker and more constricting. Upon awakening and recounting this vivid vision to Asclepius, the astute healer nodded with immediate recognition. Your gastric distress stems from the entrapment of your unspoken words, Asclepius sagaciously interpreted. What truths have you found yourself unable to articulate? Through a careful and empathetic dialogue, they unearthed the merchant's long-festering resentment towards a former business associate who had defrauded him years ago. The unexpressed anger had, quite literally, been corroding his digestive system, thereby generating manifest physical symptoms from this insidious emotional toxin. Asclepius prescribed not merely soothing herbal infusions for the merchant's stomach, but also a ritualistic confrontation where the merchant could, at last, articulate his long-suppressed truth. Occasionally, healing demands as much fortitude as it does medicine, the sagacious healer observed. Your dream unveiled the golden thread, valuable yet profoundly restrictive. While confronting the truth may exact a precious cost, the burden of silence invariably proves far heavier. As Asclepius's reputation for dream-based healing expanded extensively, he began to discern discernible patterns within the nocturnal visions that visited his patients. Certain symbols recurrently manifested: serpents embodying metamorphosis, water representing emotional purification, subterranean caverns signifying concealed knowledge, and trees suggesting gradual growth and enduring restoration. He meticulously commenced maintaining comprehensive records of these recurring dream symbols and their associated interpretations, thereby originating the nascent systematic methodology for therapeutic dream analysis. Beyond the conventional methodologies of interpreting therapeutic dreams, the most profoundly impactful nocturnal experiences were those perceived as direct communications from the divine realm. Patients frequently recounted vivid spectral manifestations of Asclepius appearing to them during their slumber, not merely as symbolic representations, but as tangible presences offering precise remedial instructions or performing astonishing acts of healing, the salutary effects of which remarkably extended into their conscious existence. These celestial visions invariably perplexed and deeply humbled the compassionate healer, who struggled to reconcile the phenomenon of his image appearing to individuals while his physical self reposed in his own bed, often many leagues distant. Perhaps the very essence of healing cultivates its own pervasive presence, he once mused to a fellow practitioner who had journeyed to absorb his distinctive methods. When we commit ourselves wholeheartedly to assuaging suffering, Our influence transcends the confines of our physical forms. Our unwavering intention to restore well-being appears to acquire an independent vitality, manifesting to succor those who are most in need of our aid. This enigmatic dimension of his clinical endeavors simultaneously captivated and disquieted him, prompting an existential inquiry into the precise demarcation where mortal expertise concluded and divine intervention commenced. The illuminating answer, however, ultimately unfolded within his own subconscious, through dreams that had grown progressively more luminous and detailed as his extraordinary healing faculties matured. He recounted a striking nocturnal vision of standing within an immense, sprawling archive, an edifice where countless ancient scrolls meticulously preserved the accumulated medical wisdom spanning every culture and every epoch. Within this hallowed space, a venerable figure materialized, immediately identifiable as his divine progenitor, Apollo. Yet this manifestation was devoid of the resplendent celestial majesty typically associated with the Olympian god. Instead, Apollo assumed the humble guise of an aged, sagacious physician, whose hands, weathered and marked by the hardened skin of incessant labor, silently bore testament to a lifetime devoted to the compassionate service of humanity. Your contemplation is consumed by the origin of your unique endowments, the dream figure of Apollo imparted, with a soothing, paternal cadence. However, the very essence of healing itself constitutes the fundamental wellspring. With each instance you assuage suffering, you tap into that identical fount which nourishes all empathy and benevolence throughout the cosmos. The deities do not possess healing. Rather, we are its devoted custodians, just as you are. This revelatory dream imbued Asclepius with the profound serenity he had so earnestly pursued, culminating in the profound realization that his extraordinary capacities emanated from an overarching force, one that transcended the distinct realms of either Olympian might or human proficiency. Fortified by this newfound comprehension, Asclepius embarked upon the crucial task of instructing his fellow healers on the intricate art of engaging with their patients' nocturnal reveries. He meticulously demonstrated the techniques for cultivating optimal environments conducive to restorative and therapeutic slumber, elucidated methods for deciphering prevalent dream motifs, and guided them in assisting individuals to discern the profound linkages between their subconscious visions and their physical or psychological afflictions. Dreams, he sagely elucidated, employing a poignant metaphor, are akin to missives penned by the physical form to the spiritual essence. Our imperative is to facilitate individuals in perusing their own correspondence. This transformative methodology rapidly disseminated across the Hellenic world, ultimately achieving formal institutionalization within the revered sanctuaries that would thereafter be consecrated in Asclepius's honor. Devoted supplicants would journey considerable distances, often hundreds of miles, to repose within these consecrated chambers, locales where restorative dreams were believed to grace those who presented themselves with appropriate ritualistic readiness and a genuine, heartfelt yearning for amelioration. Nevertheless, the bedrock upon which all these subsequent traditions were constructed resided firmly in those formative years, a period when an emerging healer, Asclepius himself, first cultivated the profound ability to attune himself to the enigmatic discourse of slumber. Through his extensive clinical observations, Asclepius ascertained that the subconscious mind, during periods of repose, frequently discerns resolutions that remain inaccessible to conscious thought. He recognized that the very act of quiescent rest could function as a potent therapeutic agent, and that the path to recovery occasionally necessitated an immersion into metaphorical darkness to ultimately apprehend illumination. Should the notion of healing dreams appear excessively esoteric for contemporary sensibilities, it is pertinent to recall that modern scientific inquiry has now substantiated what Asclepius intuitively grasped centuries past: that sleep serves as the crucial period for somatic restoration, for the psyche's assimilation of emotional traumas, and for the most transparent manifestation of the enigmatic nexus between corporeal and spiritual well-being. Concomitant with the burgeoning renown of Asclepius's extraordinary curative prowess, which permeated throughout the breadth of Greece, a truly astonishing phenomenon commenced. Settlements across the land initiated the construction of dedicated sanctuaries, hallowed precincts consecrated to the healing disciplines. These were not merely centers for medical treatment, but rather unique environments where the empirical therapeutic knowledge acquired from the centaur Chiron seamlessly integrated with the profound spiritual facets of recuperation. Crucially, these edifices stood not as ostentatious tributes to human vanity, but as meticulously conceived havens, purposefully crafted to facilitate the metamorphosis of profound suffering into enduring optimism. Envision, if you will, a vantage point upon a verdant hillside, from which one might survey the foundational stages of the inaugural Asclepieion, the name by which these therapeutic sanctuaries would eventually be universally known. The selection of its precise geographical coordinates was by no means arbitrary or fortuitous. It was strategically positioned adjacent to a pristine natural spring, whose crystalline waters had long been venerated as sacrosanct for countless generations, and was further embraced by extensive woodland groves that generously offered both welcome shade and a rich bounty of therapeutic botanicals. The visionary architects of these healing complexes intuitively comprehended that genuine restoration flourished most auspiciously in locales where the inherent benevolence of nature itself appeared to murmur assurances of revitalization. One could readily observe the scrupulous forethought meticulously invested in every singular facet of the sanctuary's architectural blueprint. The principal temple structure ascended in gracefully undulating terraces, harmoniously conforming to the inherent topography of the hillside, thereby engendering environments that conveyed a sense of organic congruence rather than artificial imposition. Expansive porticos afforded ample refuge from the intense glare of the sun and the inclemency of rainfall, concurrently facilitating the unhindered circulation of invigorating, fresh air. Furthermore, the surrounding gardens were cultivated not solely for their aesthetic allure, but, more significantly, for their intrinsic therapeutic attributes. Fragrant lavender to assuage anxious dispositions, refreshing mint to alleviate digestive discomforts, and roses whose intoxicating aroma served to elevate the human spirit. Particular solicitude was lavished upon the design of the sleeping chambers, which were meticulously conceived in adherence to the profound tenets Asclepius had elucidated during his extensive tenure dedicated to the facilitation of healing dreams. Each individual accommodation was strategically oriented towards the east, positioned to capture the inaugural rays of the dawn, a deliberate choice intended to foster a gentle, natural awakening for patients, thereby preventing the jarring disruption of their restorative slumber. The interior walls were adorned with meticulously rendered frescoes depicting serene natural vistas, tranquil meadows where sheep grazed in placid contentment, Idyllic seashores where soft undulations kissed sandy expanses, and sun-dappled forest clearings where shafts of light filtered gracefully through the venerable foliage. Yet arguably the most groundbreaking architectural element was the distinctive circular edifice situated at the very nucleus of the sanctuary. This structure was purpose-built for what, in contemporary parlance, might be termed a form of communal therapeutic engagement. Within its encompassing walls, patients converged to articulate their personal narratives, to voice their profound anxieties, and to collectively express their fervent aspirations for holistic recovery. Asclepius possessed an intuitive comprehension of a fundamental truth that contemporary medical science is only now in the process of re-establishing. That solitude frequently exacerbates maladies, whereas the embrace of community can exert a profoundly therapeutic influence. Affliction, when shared, is diminished by half. He elucidated to the architectural team during their deliberations on the acoustical properties of the circular chamber. The domed ceiling was ingeniously engineered to convey even the softest murmurs with crystalline clarity to every individual present, thereby fostering an atmosphere of profound intimacy within a hall capacious enough to accommodate scores of individuals. The moment patients grasped the profound realization that their suffering was not an isolated burden, a restorative process commenced even prior to the administration of any medicinal remedies. Even as the construction efforts proceeded, the inaugural wave of supplicants began to arrive, drawn by widespread accounts of astonishing cures and an ethos of profoundly empathetic ministrations. They journeyed bearing their various afflictions, as if they were cumbersome burdens, some progressing with agonizing steps, while others were borne upon litters by dedicated kinsfolk. What is particularly striking about these pioneering patients is the palpable juxtaposition of fervent hope intertwined with an inherent skepticism. Frequently, they had previously sought succor from numerous other healers, only to be met with profound disappointment by assurances that ultimately proved hollow. Yet, an ineffable quality about the Asclepian resonated differently from the very instant they traversed its welcoming portals. It is plausible that this distinct impression stemmed from the understated yet profound solicitude demonstrated by the priests and attendants, who greeted each newcomer with genuine inquiries regarding their immediate well-being, rather than with peremptory requests for remuneration. Alternatively, it might have been the sanctuary's pervasive aura of tranquil intentionality, an environment where every element, from the strategic positioning of seating arrangements to the deliberate selection of verdant flora, appeared meticulously orchestrated to cultivate an ambiance of inner peace, rather than to ostentatiously display affluence. Asclepius himself traversed the active construction grounds with the precision and grace of a virtuoso maestro directing an intricate orchestral performance. He engaged in detailed consultations with the stonemasons, delving into the nuanced thermal characteristics of various marble types, discerning which varieties would best maintain their coolness during the searing heat of summer and optimally retain warmth amidst the biting chills of winter. Simultaneously, he conferred with the horticulturists regarding the cyclical patterns of medicinal flora, guaranteeing a continuous supply of potent, fresh herbs throughout the entire calendar year. No particularity, however minor it might seem, escaped his diligent scrutiny if it bore even the slightest potential to influence a patient's holistic welfare. One might reasonably ponder the mechanisms by which intelligence regarding the sanctuary's profound efficacy propagated in an epoch devoid of contemporary communication technologies. the unequivocal response resided within the very individuals who sought and received healing, the patients themselves. Upon their return to their respective home communities, these beneficiaries of Asclepian care invariably transformed into fervent proponents and living testimonials for its restorative practices. Consider, for instance, a prosperous merchant whose debilitating chronic joint pain vanished after a mere month of residency at the sanctuary. He tirelessly recounted the miraculous nature of his treatments to every acquaintance. Similarly, a mother whose offspring had been miraculously cured of a wasting malady assiduously orchestrated pilgrimages for other families confronting analogous existential crises. These compelling narratives of successful recuperation collectively forged an expansive, informal network of advocacy that extended its reach throughout the Hellenic world and even beyond its geographical confines. Before long, entreaties commenced arriving from remote city-states, soliciting assistance in the establishment of their own dedicated Asclepia. Asclepius promptly addressed these petitions by diligently cultivating and dispatching cadres of priests and healers, individuals equipped to transport his distinctive methodologies to burgeoning new locales. Crucially, however, he adamantly stipulated that each nascent sanctuary must be thoughtfully customized to harmonize with its specific regional milieu and the particular exigencies of its constituent populace. Healing, he famously articulated to an Athenian delegation who had expressed a desire to replicate the original sanctuary with exactitude, is not a commodity that can be mass-produced with the uniformity of ceramics. Each distinct community must forge its unique trajectory toward optimal well-being, just as every individual patient necessitates a personalized regimen of care. This profound philosophical tenet guaranteed that while all Asclepiae adhered to a foundational set of shared principles, each independently cultivated its own distinctive identity and specialized therapeutic aptitudes. Illustratively, the Asclepians situated on the sun-drenched coast of Epidaurus garnered widespread acclaim for its adeptness in addressing respiratory afflictions, shrewdly leveraging the invigorating sea breezes that appeared to possess a remarkable capacity to alleviate congested pulmonary passages. Conversely, the venerable mountain temple nestled in Titane cultivated a specialization in the treatment of physical traumas and fractured skeletal structures, utilizing the pristine atmospheric purity and the therapeutic mineral springs characteristic of elevated altitudes to accelerate the recuperative process. Meanwhile, the bustling urban sanctuary established within Athens primarily concentrated its efforts on maladies of the psyche and the spirit, ministering to a populace frequently burdened by the inherent stresses of metropolitan existence and the pervasive disquiet of political unrest. Yet irrespective of their distinctive individual attributes and localized specializations, all Asclepiae uniformly embodied a set of fundamental characteristics that eloquently mirrored their founders' profound comprehension of the true mechanisms of therapeutic restoration. They were invariably erected upon aesthetically pleasing sites, locations inherently inspiring optimism merely by virtue of being agreeable environments in which to sojourn. They seamlessly integrated pragmatic medical interventions with profound spiritual rejuvenation, acknowledging the intrinsic truth that corporeal and ethereal selves frequently endure suffering in concert and, consequently, must undergo recuperation in unison. Most significantly, these sanctuaries were structured upon the profoundly revolutionary tenet that healing ought to be universally accessible to all, entirely without prejudice to one's societal standing or pecuniary capacity. The principles guiding the Asclepius extended far beyond mere medical treatment, challenging conventional norms by prioritizing human need over societal standing or financial capacity. Even as affluent individuals found a gracious reception, their generous contributions bolstering the sanctuary's operations, those of meager means received an identical standard of care. This revolutionary commitment to equality in healthcare often perplexed some onlookers and incited considerable resentment among others, who customarily profited from the rigid class stratification inherent in the medical practices of the era. Does a fractured limb discern whether its bearer is of noble birth or a commoner? Asclepius is recorded to have retorted to his detractors, who dared to challenge his egalitarian ethos. Does a raging fever acknowledge one's social standing? Sickness, in its indiscriminate nature, humbles all mortals equally. Thus, the balm of healing must be universally accessible. This profound philosophical stance ultimately crystallized into one of his most enduring legacies within the annals of medicine. The revolutionary notion that healthcare constitutes a fundamental human necessity, rather than a mere indulgence reserved exclusively for the privileged elite. As the network of these sacred healing centers, known as Asclepius, expanded its reach, their functions began to transcend the simple alleviation of individual suffering. They blossomed into dynamic hubs of medical instruction, where innovative techniques were disseminated and meticulously refined. These sanctuaries became regular venues for convocations, bringing together practitioners from disparate regions to exchange clinical observations and enrich their collective knowledge through shared experiences. Furthermore, they meticulously curated extensive libraries of ancient medical treatises and comprehensive repositories of botanical wisdom, thereby safeguarding invaluable healing lore for succeeding generations. Moreover, these venerable sanctuaries gradually exerted a profound influence upon the broader cultural perception of health and disease. In the epoch preceding Asclepius, ailments were frequently interpreted as divine retribution or an inescapable decree of fate. The Asclepius, however, compellingly demonstrated that a multitude of maladies could, in fact, be averted through judicious dietary practices, regular physical exertion, and mindful lifestyle choices. They assiduously propagated the doctrine that the proactive maintenance of well-being held as much significance as the curative treatment of illness, thereby pioneering concepts of preventive medicine that struck ancient sensibilities as nothing short of revolutionary. One might readily envision the quotidian rhythm within a fully developed Asclepion, a serene yet purposeful hum of activity, characteristic of institutions where vital endeavors unfold with meticulous care, devoid of undue drama or precipitous haste. The breaking dawn heralded the resonant chimes of temple bells, summoning patients to solemn morning devotions and restorative therapeutic exercises. The day progressively unfolded, structured around meticulously scheduled treatments, nourishing communal repasts specifically designed to foster recuperation, enlightening educational workshops where patients were empowered with self-care modalities, and convivial evening assemblies facilitating the exchange of narratives and the forging of new bonds of camaraderie. The very architectural fabric of these edifices appeared to embody the essence of healing. Their structural proportions were meticulously calibrated according to harmonious mathematical ratios, engendering an atmosphere of subtle equilibrium. Natural illumination, filtered through thoughtfully positioned windows and strategic skylights, cascaded inwards, painting ephemeral patterns that gracefully modulated throughout the day. Water, a vital element, coursed through intricate channels and effervescent fountains, offering both practical hygienic benefits and the profoundly soothing auditory experience that calmed agitated spirits. As this exploration of the Asclepiae approaches its conclusion, one cannot help but discern how these ancient healing sanctuaries remarkably foreshadowed numerous attributes found in contemporary hospitals and modern treatment facilities. They intuitively grasped the critical importance of efficacious ventilation, the therapeutic power of natural light, and the calming influence of tranquil surroundings. They acutely recognized the inherent value in seamlessly integrating medical intervention with compassionate emotional support. Indeed, they were trailblazers in harmonizing physical and spiritual healing, an integrated approach that contemporary holistic medicine is, in essence, rediscovering and embracing today. Yet, perhaps their most profound innovation lay in the deceptively simple realization that healing flourishes most effectively within supportive communities of care, environments where human suffering is met with both expert competence and profound compassion, where the fragile tendrils of hope are assiduously nurtured alongside the body's innate capacity for self-repair. As one contemplates slumber tonight, one might conjure an image of oneself meandering through the serene precincts of one of these ancient sanctuaries, absorbing the profound tranquility that stems from the assurance that, somewhere, dedicated hands are perpetually laboring to alleviate anguish and reinstate wholeness to lives fractured by illness. One might also ponder how a creature so often associated with dread came to symbolize the very essence of the healing arts. The intrinsic connection between Asclepius and serpents unveils a profound insight into the Hellenic understanding of medicine as a demanding discipline that necessitates confronting our deepest apprehensions, including the inescapable reality of our own mortality, and discerning profound wisdom in the most unexpected of guises. Let us envision Asclepius as a youthful apprentice, still delving into the more esoteric dimensions of healing, beyond the foundational knowledge imparted by Chiron in the Sylvan wilderness. He has been summoned to minister to a child tragically afflicted by the bite of a venomous serpent. Despite his burgeoning reputation, this particular case instills within him a profound sense of trepidation. The envenomation occurred many hours prior, and the child's delicate physique already manifests undeniable indicators of the poison's lethal progression. Distended flesh, labored respiration, and the pallid complexion that unmistakably signals the gradual ebbing of life itself. The distraught family has exhausted every known recourse. They have diligently applied poultices prescribed by the village's sagacious wise women, offered fervent supplications at every hallowed shrine in their community, and even sought counsel from an oracle, whose pronouncement suggested that only an act of divine intervention could possibly preserve their daughter. When they ultimately convey the child to Asclepius, their flickering hope is so exceedingly delicate it appears poised to disintegrate at the slightest discouraging utterance. However, in lieu of despair, Asclepius experiences an unexpected sensation, a burgeoning, profound curiosity regarding the very creature responsible for precipitating this dire crisis. "Indicate to me precisely where the serpent inflicted its bite upon her," he calmly requests. The child's father guides him to a rugged rock formation, where his daughter had been innocently gathering wild berries. The venomous reptile has long since departed, but Asclepius meticulously scrutinizes the scene, diligently observing the prevailing type of flora, the proximity of a water source, and the precise coordinates of the attack. "What species of serpent was it?" he inquires. The father's detailed description corroborates Asclepius's initial conjecture. A species renowned for its formidable venom, yet, according to ancient lore, also credited with possessing certain therapeutic attributes. This apparent paradox bewildered many traditional healers, but Asclepius had long contemplated the nuanced demarcation between deleterious poison and efficacious medicine, recalling Chiron's sagacious instruction that the administered dosage frequently dictates whether a substance inflicts harm or bestows healing. That night, as he maintained a somber vigil beside the fever-stricken child, Asclepius experienced one of the remarkably vivid dreams that had become increasingly frequent as his innate healing faculties matured. Within this profound vision, he beheld a magnificent serpent, its powerful form majestically coiled around the ancient trunk of an venerable tree. The serpent's eyes radiated an unmistakable intelligence, utterly devoid of malice, and when it articulated, its voice resonated with the accumulated wisdom of countless ages. "You harbor fear for that which you do not comprehend," the Ophidian entity in his dream imparted to him. "Yet, I am not your adversary. I am the very embodiment of transformation, the potent force that sheds its antiquated skin to unveil nascent vitality, the power capable of both extinguishing life and restoring health, contingent upon its judicious application. Learn from my essence, and you shall unravel mysteries that elude the grasp of other healers." Upon Asclepius's awakening, the child's fever had abated. Her breathing had stabilized, and a natural hue was gradually returning to her previously pallid cheeks. The immediate crisis had unequivocally passed, yet the profound message embedded within the dream continued to reverberate deeply within him. Over the ensuing weeks, he embarked upon a meticulous study of serpents, employing the same rigorous and attentive scrutiny he had formerly dedicated to medicinal botanicals. He unearthed the astonishing revelation that serpents themselves possessed remarkable inherent capacities for self-healing. They demonstrated an extraordinary ability to regenerate damaged tissues, to survive grievous injuries that would prove fatal to other creatures, and remarkably, to somehow neutralize their own potent venom when exigency demanded. Their distinctive capacity to slough off their epidermal layers became a potent metaphor for the profound renewal inherent in the healing process, the casting aside of morbid affliction to unveil the vibrant, healthy tissues beneath. On a more pragmatic level, Asclepius ascertained that snake venom, when meticulously diluted and expertly prepared, could indeed function as a remarkably potent therapeutic agent. Infinitesimal quantities were capable of assuaging specific categories of pain, mitigating perilous swelling, and even ameliorating certain maladies that stubbornly resisted other conventional remedies. The paramount principle lay in a precise comprehension of dosage and preparation, skills demanding the identical meticulous observation he applied to every facet of the healing art. News of his remarkable triumphs with venom-based remedies swiftly propagated, and before long, other practitioners actively sought instruction in these inherently perilous, yet astonishingly effective treatments. Asclepius imparted his knowledge with characteristic prudence, underscoring that the manipulation of such potent substances necessitated not merely technical proficiency, but also a profound reverence for their intrinsic power. Approach serpents as you would approach the divine, he sagely counseled, with an attitude of utmost veneration, diligent preparation, and the unequivocal understanding that you are engaging with forces immeasurably greater than your own. However, the profound symbolic significance of serpents ultimately proved even more momentous than their direct medicinal applications. Asclepius gradually began to apprehend that the serpent epitomized the inherent paradoxes intrinsic to healing itself. It simultaneously embodied both destruction and regeneration, poison and panacea, primal fear and profound sagacity. True healers, he realized, must learn to skillfully navigate these inherent contradictions, rather than futilely attempting to reconcile them. The inaugural serpent took up residence within his sanctuary almost fortuitously. A patient, convalescing from a particularly arduous surgical procedure, observed a harmless garden snake basking in the sunlight upon a stone wall in proximity to the healing chambers. Rather than expelling it, Asclepius embraced its presence as an auspicious omen. Even the serpents seek solace and healing within these walls, he jested, though privately he harbored a conviction that an event of significant import had transpired. Other serpents subsequently followed, perhaps drawn by the sanctuary's tranquil ambience or the abundant small prey thriving within its meticulously maintained gardens. Instead of perceiving them as nuisances or potential hazards, Asclepius actively encouraged their presence, albeit within judicious parameters. Patients, initially apprehensive of the serpents, progressively learned to perceive them as benevolent custodians of the restorative journey. A truly remarkable pattern began to manifest. Patients who successfully transcended their apprehension of the sanctuary's serpents frequently experienced significant breakthroughs in their personal healing trajectories. A soldier, tormented by persistent battle-induced nightmares, discovered an unexpected serenity after witnessing a snake shed its skin, finally comprehending that he too possessed the capacity to divest himself of his traumatic past. A woman, rendered emotionally paralyzed by the profound anxiety surrounding her illness, embarked upon a path to recovery after a diminutive garden snake trustingly coiled around her wrist during a session of meditative contemplation. During a profound meditation session, the revered healer Asclepius experienced a significant encounter with a serpent that coiled gently around his wrist, a moment that would forever shape his understanding of healing. Serpents serve as profound instructors in the art of metamorphosis, Asclepius elucidated to an assembly of dedicated priests and sagacious healers. They vividly demonstrate how phenomena perceived as terminal, such as the sloughing of skin, the profound stillness preceding a strike, or even the perilous venom itself, can, in fact, be intrinsic facets of life's perpetual renewal. True healing frequently necessitates the relinquishment of antiquated patterns of existence, mirroring the way serpents divest themselves of their outgrown epidermal layers. This profound insight into serpentine wisdom directly inspired the creation of the emblematic staff that became Asclepius's most universally recognized symbol. Expertly carved from the resilient wood of an olive tree and gracefully entwined with a gleaming bronze serpent, this artifact powerfully represented the harmonious fusion of ancient natural therapeutic knowledge with the inherent transformative potency embodied by these enigmatic reptiles. The staff served a dual purpose. functioning both as a practical diagnostic instrument for examining ailing individuals and as a sacred conduit for channeling and focusing potent healing energies during intricate medical procedures. The compelling nature of this symbolism resonated so deeply that numerous other Asclepia, the healing sanctuaries dedicated to the god, began to integrate serpents into their own therapeutic methodologies. Living serpents were carefully housed within specially designed, tranquil chambers, where patients could observe their serene movements and derive instructive lessons from their natural behaviors. Artistic renditions of these revered creatures proliferated throughout the sanctuaries, meticulously chiseled into durable stone, vibrantly painted onto expansive walls, and intricately fashioned from gleaming bronze and other precious metals, adorning every available surface. Nevertheless, Asclepius, with his characteristic pragmatism, consistently ensured that the symbolic significance of serpents never overshadowed the tangible realities of interacting with these living creatures. He meticulously trained a cadre of specialized keepers, individuals who possessed an intimate understanding of ophidian behavior and were adept at maintaining the animals securely within the sacred sanctuary grounds. Furthermore, he meticulously established stringent protocols for the judicious application of venom-based medicines, carefully calibrated to mitigate potential risks, while concurrently maximizing their invaluable therapeutic efficacy. The romanticized perception of serpents as benevolent healing entities was, therefore, perpetually counterbalanced by a profound reverence for their inherent power and undeniable potential for danger. As Asclepius's renown expanded exponentially, individuals from across the land began to recount vivid dreams in which the revered healer appeared, invariably accompanied by serpents that imparted profound healing wisdom. These ethereal visions grew so commonplace that the iconic snake-wrapped staff ultimately emerged as the deity's preeminent emblem, attaining a level of recognition that surpassed even his anthropomorphic form. Patients would awaken from these restorative dreams with the distinct, comforting sensation of gentle serpents gliding across their bodies, leaving behind ethereal trails of soothing warmth and welcome relief in areas where persistent pain had previously resided. The burgeoning medical profession enthusiastically embraced the serpent symbol, intuitively grasping its profound representation of medicine's intrinsic essence. The intricate journey of healing invariably involves an element of peril, the inherent risk of exacerbating existing conditions, the challenging prospect of confronting uncomfortable truths about one's health, and indeed, the very risk of embracing profound change itself. The serpent, in its potent symbolism, served as a constant admonition to healers that they were wielding formidable forces that demanded an approach imbued with both profound wisdom and unwavering humility. Centuries subsequently, as the vast Roman Empire extended its dominion and disseminated Asclepian healing methodologies throughout the entirety of the known world, the potent serpent symbol journeyed alongside them. Its distinctive image graced the surfaces of circulating coins, adorned intricate medical instruments, and proudly marked the signage of countless healing establishments. The staff of Asclepius became so inextricably linked with the practice of medicine that it miraculously endured the eventual collapse of the classical world, ultimately evolving into the familiar caduceus that continues to designate medical facilities in the contemporary era. As this contemplative exploration of serpents and their profound healing symbols draws to a close, one might pause to consider the timeless wisdom these ancient insights impart regarding the confrontation of our deepest anxieties. Asclepius, through his profound observations, discerned that recoiling from that which instills fear frequently amplifies its dominion over us, whereas approaching our apprehensions with a spirit of respectful inquiry and discerning comprehension possesses the transformative capacity to convert them into invaluable founts of sagacity. Perhaps within these ancient teachings lies a pertinent lesson for our own intricate relationship with the realities of illness and the inevitability of mortality. Much like the serpents with whom Asclepius learned to coexist and collaborate, disease and death are not merely adversaries to be vanquished, but rather integral, natural forces capable of imparting profound lessons concerning the inherent preciousness of life and the fragility of health. The healing professions perpetuate the use of the serpent symbol precisely because it serves as a perennial reminder that medicine achieves its most profound efficacy when it judiciously acknowledges both the inherent perils and the boundless transformative potentialities intrinsic to the intricate healing process. Water, in its pristine essence, has perennially been imbued with significant healing capabilities, and the sacred sanctuaries dedicated to Asclepius were frequently strategically situated in close proximity to natural springs, whose mineral-rich waters offered solace for ailments that conventional herbs and surgical interventions often proved powerless to alleviate. However, the true curative power embedded within these hallowed baths transcended mere physical ablution. It encompassed a profound psychological metamorphosis stemming from ritualized purification and the fundamental human solace derived from being attentively nurtured. One might vividly envision approaching the restorative springs at Epidaurus in the tranquil embrace of early morning, as ethereal mists gracefully ascend from the warm, inviting waters, enveloping the bathing pools in an almost mystical ambience. These venerable springs emerge from deep, subterranean sources, carrying with them a rich tapestry of minerals that have slowly dissolved from ancient geological formations during their protracted journey toward the Earth's surface. The water, when tasted, possesses a subtly metallic tang, underscored by faint sulfurous notes that eloquently speak of the planet's concealed chemical processes. Asclepius, during his formative travels, serendipitously discovered these remarkable springs, his attention drawn by persistent local accounts of their extraordinary properties. For generations, local shepherds had observed that their sheep, afflicted with various skin conditions, exhibited marked improvement after drinking from specific pools, and that injured animals instinctively gravitated towards these life-giving waters. Yet, it was Asclepius who first possessed the sagacity to systematically comprehend and harness the comprehensive healing potential inherent in this precious resource. The springs, originating from diverse underground conduits, yielded distinct varieties of water, each characterized by its unique mineral composition and specific therapeutic attributes. The hottest springs, their temperatures elevated by their passage through subterranean thermal zones, proved exceptionally efficacious in assuaging chronic joint pain and alleviating persistent muscle stiffness. Conversely, the cooler springs, abundantly endowed with iron and other vital minerals, offered significant relief to patients grappling with digestive disturbances and certain types of blood disorders. The coldest springs, startlingly frigid even amidst the summer warmth, served to vigorously invigorate circulation and appeared to fortify the body's innate resilience against disease. Nevertheless, Asclepius swiftly recognized that the purely physical properties of the water, while undeniably crucial, constituted only a fraction of their comprehensive healing efficacy. The very act of bathing itself, the meticulously observed ritual of cleansing, the enveloping sensation of warm water providing buoyant support to the body, and the temporary liberating suspension of mundane concerns, collectively fostered psychological conditions that profoundly promoted healing in ways that purely pharmacological or surgical treatments simply could not replicate. One could almost observe him meticulously developing the intricate bathing protocols that would subsequently become the established standard across the entire Asclepian world. Patients did not merely plunge into the springs with the casual abandon of ordinary swimmers. Instead, they meticulously adhered to carefully orchestrated sequences designed to prepare both their physical forms and their mental states for the profound healing journey ahead. This sacred ritual commenced even before the first blush of dawn, at a time when the springs were at their most pristine and the surrounding atmosphere was most conducive to quiet introspection and contemplation. The initial phase involved purification, which encompassed not merely physical washing, but a deeper symbolic cleansing intended to prepare patients for a profound spiritual and physical renewal. They would first immerse themselves in ordinary cool water, utilizing simple soaps painstakingly crafted from olive oil and ash to meticulously remove the accumulated dust and perspiration of their arduous travels. This preliminary ablution served tangible practical purposes, yet it also crucially facilitated the patient's transition from the prosaic concerns of everyday existence into the hallowed, sacred space dedicated to healing. The approach to the healing springs themselves was conducted in strict adherence to ancient traditions of profound reverence. Patients would reverently offer prayers and modest sacrifices, perhaps delicate flowers, small coins, or cherished personal items, each serving as a tangible symbol of their unwavering commitment to the arduous, yet ultimately rewarding, healing process. They entered the restorative waters with deliberate slowness, allowing their bodies to gradually acclimatize to the fluctuating temperatures and the unique mineral composition. Attendants, with gentle hands, provided guidance and support to those who required assistance, but the overarching emphasis remained firmly on fostering a deeply personal experience rather than imposing a standardized, impersonal treatment. Water possesses memory. Asclepius frequently imparted to patients as they prepared for their inaugural therapeutic immersion. It retains the recollections of the profound depths it has traversed, the ancient stones it has caressed, and the arcane secrets it has absorbed within the darkness. When you enter these springs, you become an inheritor of that primordial memory. Allow the water to instruct your body on the path to renewed wellness. These potent healing springs attracted a diverse array of patients, many suffering from conditions that had stubbornly resisted all other conventional forms of treatment. One such individual was a veteran soldier, his joints so severely stiffened by the lingering scars of old wounds that his mobility was profoundly compromised. Years of arduous military campaigns had etched themselves onto his body, leaving a painful topography of persistent aches and debilitating limitations that no amount of traditional medicine had managed to address effectively. The hot springs, with their elevated mineral content and deeply penetrating warmth, commenced the arduous task of restoring a measure of flexibility to joints that had appeared permanently immobilized. Yet, the soldier's healing encompassed far more than mere physical restoration. As he immersed himself in the soothing, warm waters, surrounded by other patients who quietly shared their own struggles, he gradually began to articulate experiences he had previously been unable to confide in family or friends. The springs, in essence, transformed into a sacred confessional, a sanctuary where the profound and often unspoken wounds of war could finally be acknowledged and tenderly addressed. His body found release not solely due to the therapeutic minerals in the water, but because his spirit finally received the unspoken permission to relinquish the immense tension it had borne for such an extended period. Similarly, a woman arrived seeking respite from a debilitating skin condition that had relentlessly afflicted her since the tender years of childhood. The incessant itching and pervasive inflammation had rendered her profoundly self-conscious and withdrawn, severely impeding her capacity to cultivate meaningful relationships or participate fully in the vibrant life of her community. The sulfur-rich springs proved remarkably effective in alleviating her distressing physical symptoms. However, the true, profound transformation stemmed from the shared experience of bathing alongside other women who accepted her unconditionally, devoid of judgment or revulsion. The inherently communal nature of the healing springs challenged entrenched social conventions in ways that proved immensely therapeutically valuable. Within the embracing waters, distinctions of social class, material wealth, and societal status became utterly irrelevant. Every individual entered naked and vulnerable, united by their shared humanity and their collective yearning for healing. This enforced equality fostered invaluable opportunities for genuine connection and profound understanding that would have been unattainable in conventional social environments. The unique therapeutic environment fostered within these sacred precincts cultivated an atmosphere that would genuinely not exist in ordinary social settings. Asclepius meticulously architects the bathing facilities to robustly support this egalitarian therapeutic approach. The various springs are strategically positioned to cater to individuals presenting with a diverse spectrum of afflictions, allowing them to benefit from hydrological elements precisely suited to their needs. Yet, there are also generously proportioned shared communal zones where all individuals could freely intermingle, transcending any distinctions based on their particular maladies or social standing. Ergonomically designed lounging spaces, strategically placed around the various aquatic features, facilitated convivial discourse and afforded tranquil opportunities for repose. Lush, verdant gardens, meticulously cultivated, offered secluded havens for those seeking introspection and quietude, simultaneously bestowing an aesthetic splendor intended to elevate the human spirit and soothe the troubled mind. The orchestrated diurnal cycle of the springs assiduously follows intrinsic biological cadences that synergistically bolster the organism's inherent recuperative mechanisms. The inaugural ablutions at daybreak capitalized on the body's intrinsic surge of awakening vitality, employing refreshing, cooler hydrological elements to stimulate systemic circulation and prime the physical form for the impending daily endeavors. The sessions conducted during the meridian hours were meticulously dedicated to targeted remedial interventions, with individuals dedicating precise, predetermined durations within specific aquatic environments, each selected for its efficacy in addressing their unique pathological states. As twilight descended, the vespertine immersions were designed to profoundly induce states of tranquility and meticulously pave the way for profoundly regenerative slumber. But perhaps the quintessential groundbreaking feature of Asclepian hydrotherapy lies in its profound acknowledgement of the diverse physiological and emotional requirements necessitating variegated therapeutic methodologies for water healing. Some patients derive significant benefit from dynamic natation, vigorously engaging atrophied musculature and significantly enhancing cardiorespiratory robustness. Others, conversely, require the serene buoyancy of gentle floating, providing crucial support for compromised extremities, thereby facilitating an unhindered, natural recuperative trajectory devoid of undue physical strain. Furthermore, some individuals seek the reinvigorating impetus derived from geologically enriched aquatic compositions, while others respond more favorably to pristine, unadulterated spring water, offering a gentle ablutionary effect without unduly perturbing delicate physiological constitutions. Asclepius cultivates a cadre of highly specialized therapeutic practitioners, dedicated attendants who possess a nuanced comprehension of both the inherent physical characteristics of the diverse hydrological sources and the intricate psychological requirements presented by a heterogeneous patient demographic. These dedicated aquatic therapists cultivate an acute perceptiveness, discerning the faint, often unspoken indicators signaling optimal saturation levels of beneficial mineral constituents within a patient's system, identifying opportune moments for adjunctive thermal modulation to enhance therapeutic outcomes, and astutely judging whether communal engagement would be salutary, or if a period of solitary contemplation should be reverently preserved. The therapeutic application of water transcends mere scientific principles. It embodies a profound artistic sensibility. He profoundly elucidated to a dedicated cohort of burgeoning practitioners during their rigorous instructional regimen. Your paramount task involves cultivating the perspicacity to discern not merely the physiological imperatives of the corporeal form, but crucially, the profound yearnings of the human psyche. There are instances when an individual necessitates solitary communion, enveloped in the soothing embrace of the water. Conversely, there are moments when the solace of shared companionship, particularly from those who resonate with their affliction, becomes indispensable. Your ultimate responsibility lies in judiciously apprehending the precise form of succor demanded by each unique, unfolding instant. The unquestionable efficacy and burgeoning renown of these therapeutic springs precipitated their systematic integration into the comprehensive healing complexes known as Asclepius, which proliferated across the Hellenic realm. Each individual sanctuary, with remarkable ingenuity, meticulously customized these practices to harmonize with its indigenous hydrological provisions and the specific demographic characteristics of its patient cohort. Temples nestled within mountainous terrains ingeniously harnessed the invigorating chill of glacial streams and the soothing warmth of geothermally heated springs. Sanctuaries situated along the littoral expanses integrated thalassotherapy, utilizing seawater baths, which offered distinct mineral matrices and the synergistic advantage of the ocean's rhythmic ebb and flow. In contrast, temples established within bustling urban centers ingeniously engineered sophisticated artificial aquatic features, employing water meticulously conveyed from remote origins, subsequently adjusting its temperature through heating or cooling as therapeutic requirements dictated. The venerable tradition of curative ablution transcended the confines of the sacred healing sanctuaries themselves, exerting a profound and enduring impact upon the subsequent evolution of communal bathing establishments across the entirety of the ancient world. The formidable Roman Empire, notably, wholeheartedly adopted and championed the philosophical tenet of salutary aquatic interventions, culminating in the construction of magnificent and intricate bath complexes that seamlessly integrated sophisticated medical therapies with vibrant social engagement. This pervasive legacy persevered, traceable through the healing baths found within medieval monastic infirmaries, and continuing its resonant echo into contemporary spa treatments, many of which consciously evoke the esteemed appellation and foundational tenets of Asclepian hydrotherapy. As one's consciousness gently succumbs to the promise of restorative nocturnal repose this very evening, it might be fitting to conjure an auditory tableau. The soft, murmuring cadence of hallowed waters coursing over time-worn, venerable stones, metaphorically cleansing the accumulated stresses and anxieties of the diurnal cycle, thereby meticulously preparing the inner spirit for the profound revitalization inherent in the nascent light of dawn. Indeed, the fabled therapeutic fountains attributed to Asclepius serve as an enduring testament to the profound truth that, on occasion, the most unadorned and elementary palliatives, such as pristine hydrological elements, a comforting, moderate thermal embrace, and undisturbed moments for introspective contemplation, persist as the most potently efficacious panaceas imaginable. However, as the crisp morning air settled, an individual's fingers began to stubbornly resist proper articulation. The joints were afflicted by a deep, unyielding dolor that no amount of warming by a crackling fire could alleviate. Simple tasks, such as grasping one's implements or pliantly manipulating clay, now became arduous exercises demanding profound endurance. The local physicians, when consulted, offered strikingly contradictory advice. One practitioner vehemently prescribed absolute rest. Another, conversely, recommended vigorous physical exercise, while a third suggested fundamental dietary alterations that seemed entirely disconnected from the manifest symptoms of the condition. For centuries, the restorative springs had meticulously prepared innumerable pilgrims for an immersion into the deeper, more esoteric principles of Asclepian medicine. This narrative now embarks upon tracing the odyssey of one such earnest seeker on their journey toward profound understanding. To genuinely apprehend the subtle yet potent efficacy through which these venerable sanctuaries performed their understated miracles, it becomes imperative to metaphorically don the sandals of an individual who personally undertook such a hallowed pilgrimage. The quest was not for instantaneous, miraculous remedies, but rather for the profound, incremental metamorphosis which arises from dedicated, enduring engagement within a collective experience that transcends the isolation of personal affliction. One might envision an individual such as Lysander, a skilled artisan, a potter hailing from the renowned city of Corinth, whose dexterous hands had tragically developed an insidious, agonizing stiffness. This debilitating condition imperiled not merely his means of sustenance, but fundamentally challenged his very sense of self and vocational purpose. For 3 decades, this craftsman had meticulously sculpted pliable clay into exquisite vessels, destined to adorn both the opulent residences of the affluent and the modest hearths of the common folk. His hands possessed an intimate, almost innate understanding of the tactile qualities of rich earth, the exact calibration of pressure required to deftly elevate walls without structural compromise, and the delicate caress essential for fashioning elegant lips and ergonomic handles that delighted both visual aesthetics and tactile sensation. The momentous choice to pursue succor at the closest sacred sanctuary was not one arrived at without considerable internal deliberation and struggle for Lysander. The arduous pilgrimage itself would necessitate a 6-day absence, 3 days for each leg of the journey, representing a significant forfeiture of invaluable working hours, a luxury the struggling artisan could scarcely afford. Furthermore, the temple's obligatory demands for votive offerings presented a financial burden whose feasibility remained a source of profound uncertainty for him. Yet perhaps the most formidable psychological hurdle lay in the perception that seeking divine intervention for healing equated to a public acknowledgement of his own human limitations, an admission that his diligent efforts had ultimately proven insufficient, and that assistance beyond the scope of mortal expertise was now indispensable. Crucially, the very act of undertaking this journey inherently afforded Lysander a precious opportunity for introspective contemplation, a respite from the relentless quotidian pressures of his craft and the demanding responsibilities of his domestic life. For the first time in many months, he found himself able to truly ponder the nuances of his physical ailment, unburdened by the simultaneous gnawing anxieties concerning unfulfilled commissions, the potential dissatisfaction of his patrons, or the pressing household necessities that were inextricably linked to his daily earnings. This newfound cerebral expanse proved to be an utterly pivotal prerequisite for the profound healing trajectory that lay ahead of him. Yet, the gnawing anguish of his predicament ultimately eclipsed the formidable barrier of his personal pride, and thus, Lysander found himself treading the sun-baked, dusty thoroughfare leading toward the sacred precinct. His meager possessions included a modest satchel containing votive offerings and sufficient provisions to sustain him for an anticipated sojourn of several days. Unbeknownst to him at the outset, the very pilgrimage, the physical act of travel, began to subtly weave itself into the fabric of his recuperation. The rhythmic motion of walking, though initially unrecognized for its therapeutic effect, compelled his afflicted hands and arms to engage in novel patterns of movement, thereby enhancing sanguine circulation through his rigid joints and progressively ameliorating the constriction of tissues that had atrophied due to prolonged inactivity. As Lysander crested a gentle incline on the 3rd day of his arduous journey, the venerable Asclepius slowly revealed itself, materializing into view with a sense of quiet majesty. Spread out beneath him lay an intricate complex of structures, thoughtfully arranged amidst the life-giving natural springs and sheltered by ancient groves of hallowed trees. The architectural vernacular of the site conveyed an impression of enduring stability and profound tranquility, rather than ostentatious magnificence. Edifices constructed of stone had been softened by the relentless passage of time, their surfaces mellowed to a gentle dove-gray hue. Courtyards were meticulously paved with smooth, riverine stones, polished to a lustrous sheen by the incessant tread of countless preceding pilgrims' feet, and within verdant gardens, a diverse array of curative botanicals flourished in meticulously cultivated plots. Lysander's initial interaction upon arrival was with a dedicated temple attendant, a figure specifically tasked with welcoming and processing new supplicants at the sacred precinct's main portal. This individual was not a priest engaged in the solemn execution of religious rites, but rather resembled a pragmatic medical administrator whose primary objective was to acquire pertinent, actionable intelligence regarding his specific physical affliction. "For what duration has this affliction tormented you?" she inquired, her stylus swiftly inscribing details onto a small wax tablet. Which therapeutic interventions have you previously sought? Is there any familial predisposition or history of analogous ailments within your lineage? The meticulous depth and eminently practical orientation of these inquiries profoundly astonished Lysander. The experience resonated more with the rigorous consultation of a skilled physician than with the solemn approach to a divine entity, though, as he would discover, these two seemingly disparate activities were in fact far from mutually exclusive within the Asclepian paradigm. The attendant proceeded to delineate the sanctuary's established regimen with the composed, unadorned efficiency characteristic of an individual who had successfully shepherded countless thousands of pilgrims through this identical, time-honored sequence of rituals. Initially, she clarified, gesturing toward a structure from which ethereal plumes of steam ascended into the crisp morning atmosphere. One will undergo a purifying immersion within the hallowed springs. She continued, subsequently, a votive offering is to be presented at Asclepius's sacred altar, followed by a period dedicated to meticulous preparation for the revelatory healing sleep, or incubation. The deity communicates through varied modalities to diverse individuals, she concluded. Yet this preparatory phase is instrumental in ensuring one's receptivity to whatever divine guidance or insight he deigns to impart. 3 double quotes. However, the tangible physiological ameliorations were overshadowed by the profound psychological repercussions stemming from the experience of being tended with such meticulous solicitude and expert proficiency. For the initial time since the onset of his debilitating condition, Lysander perceived an authentic comprehension of his suffering, a profound sense that another truly grasped the essence of his experience. The seasoned attendants, having encountered a multitude of similar cases, possessed an unparalleled depth of insight. They instinctively discerned precisely which kinetic actions provoked agony, which postural configurations offered solace, and how to manipulate his afflicted joints with consummate gentleness, thereby precluding any exacerbation of his discomfort. The ensuing bathing ritual unfolded with a degree of ceremonial intricacy that far surpassed Lysander's prior expectations. Dedicated attendants meticulously guided him through a sequence of pools, each maintained at distinct thermal gradients, concurrently elucidating the specific therapeutic virtues inherent to each aquatic environment. Cool hydrological elements served to mitigate inflammatory responses, they articulated, whereas the embrace of warm baths induces muscular relaxation and significantly enhances sanguine flow. In the transitional intervals between these immersions, they assiduously applied aromatic oils, meticulously infused with botanical extracts specifically chosen to target his particular ailment. These potent preparations exuded a rich olfactory tapestry, redolent with the crisp essence of pine, the refreshing aroma of mint, and other herbaceous notes that Lysander, despite his familiarity with plants, could not readily identify. "Indeed, your hands narrate a profound tale," observed one of the attentive bath attendants, her skilled fingers gently massaging aromatic oil into his unyielding digits. "For countless years, they have toiled with unwavering dedication, meticulously transforming inert clay into objects of exquisite beauty. Now, however, they are called upon to master a distinct form of labor, the imperative task of self-restoration and recuperation." Her insightful pronouncements unveiled a conceptual framework that Lysander had previously failed to contemplate. Namely, that genuine recovery might necessitate not merely the alleviation of manifest symptoms, but a fundamental re-evaluation and transformation of his intrinsic relationship with his beloved vocation. Changing your relationship with your craft. Asclepius facilitates recovery through a multitude of channels. The officiating priest articulates, carefully placing your ceramic vessel amongst a collection of devotional offerings upon the sacred altar. At times, succor arrives through prophetic dreams. On other occasions, it manifests via the therapeutic remedies we dispense, or perhaps through substantial adjustments to one's daily existence and professional endeavors. Cultivate an openness to receiving assistance, irrespective of the guise it assumes. This counsel, delivered with quiet solemnity, ultimately proves to possess a profundity far exceeding its initial, seemingly straightforward, interpretation. The solemn offering ceremony unfolds in the waning hours of the afternoon, as the sun's declining rays bathe the temple's imposing marble columns in a resplendent golden hue. You reverently present your heartfelt tributes. A modest, artfully crafted vase, a relic from more prosperous times, a handful of gleaming coins, and a meticulously inscribed prayer, articulating your fervent aspirations for a complete restoration of health. The priest, entrusted with the reception of these sacred donations, regards them with a profound and genuine veneration, perceiving them not as a mere transactional payment for services rendered, but rather as authentic expressions of your unwavering conviction in the efficacy of the healing journey. You find yourself seated in close proximity to a woman whose persistent, debilitating headaches have compelled her pilgrimage from the distant metropolis of Athens, and directly opposite a youthful combatant whose grievous war wounds stubbornly resist proper convalescence. While their specific afflictions diverge significantly from your own, their shared odyssey in pursuit of alleviation, the intricate tapestry woven from threads of nascent hope and gnawing desperation, the gradual, often reluctant embrace of therapeutic modalities they once would have summarily dismissed, mirrors your personal trajectory with remarkable fidelity and precision. The evening repast, thoughtfully prepared and served to the assembly of pilgrims, masterfully intertwines essential nutritional sustenance with a subtly therapeutic purpose. The culinary offerings, though unpretentious, are meticulously chosen. Succulent fish, renowned for their abundant, inflammation-mitigating oils, verdant vegetables, specifically selected for their inherent restorative properties, and wholesome bread, crafted from grains engineered to impart sustained energy without precipitating digestive discomfort. Of even greater significance, the communal act of dining fosters an invaluable opportunity to engage with fellow seekers, whose diverse narratives provide both profound solace and invaluable instruction. I have undertaken this pilgrimage on 3 separate occasions, confides an elderly merchant, whose persistent gastric ailments have plagued him for a significant span of years. My inaugural visit brought about a tangible improvement in my physical well-being. The subsequent visit deepened my understanding of my condition. This current sojourn, I find myself endeavoring to cultivate acceptance for those aspects that remain unalterable, while simultaneously striving to ameliorate what lies within the realm of possibility. His sagacious pronouncements intimate that the process of healing transcends mere corporeal amelioration, extending into a more profound, holistic metamorphosis of one's relationship with infirmity and inherent limitations. The very design of the sleeping chamber itself functions as an integral component of the therapeutic process, owing to its meticulously considered architectural specifications. The room, purposefully eschewing both ostentatious luxury and stark austerity, is precisely calibrated to foster profound rest and to encourage receptive, meaningful dreaming. Plush, yielding bedding cradles the body without generating pressure points that might disrupt the delicate architecture of sleep. A gentle, consistent ventilation system introduces fresh air without creating intrusive drafts. Subtle, ambient lighting permits unhindered movement without the jarring intrusion of harsh brightness, and the perpetual, soothing murmur of flowing water establishes a natural, rhythmic cadence that profoundly encourages deep, restorative slumber. Refrain from imploring for impossible remedies, counsels the priest, who presides over the contemplative evening session. Instead, direct your entreaties towards the attainment of profound understanding. What essential lessons does your current condition endeavor to impart to you? How might you strategically collaborate with your inherent limitations, rather than merely engaging in an unceasing Sisyphean struggle against them? What substantive modifications within your life might genuinely facilitate the healing process? These penetrating inquiries deftly redirect your focus from the pursuit of miraculous intervention towards the embrace of profound, enduring wisdom. The meticulous preparation for the healing sleep commences following the evening meal, encompassing a structured regimen of instruction and specialized techniques designed to encourage the emergence of meaningful dreams. This is not some arcane, mystical ritual, but rather a pragmatic framework of guidance, meticulously distilled from centuries of empirical observation regarding the precise conditions that most effectively promote therapeutic visions. You are initiated into breathing exercises meticulously crafted to pacify anxious thoughts, sophisticated meditation techniques engineered to quiet persistent mental chatter, and ingenious methods for framing questions that empower the unconscious mind to effectively process complex problems during the restorative hours of sleep. The ensuing days seamlessly interweave practical, tangible treatment modalities with periods of profound spiritual introspection. Morning exercises, meticulously tailored to your specific physical condition, are designed to preserve flexibility while simultaneously cultivating strength and providing essential support to musculature. The movements are characterized by their gentleness, yet imbued with clear purpose, resembling a graceful dance more closely than a conventional medical regimen. Afternoon sessions are dedicated to the acquisition of novel techniques for working with clay, methods specifically adapted to accommodate your altered physical capabilities rather than engaging in a futile struggle against them. Your inaugural night brings forth dreams, though not the dramatic, divinely orchestrated visitation you had, perhaps subconsciously, anticipated. Instead, your slumbering mind conjures images of your workshop, not the confined, stress-laden space it has recently become, but rather the cherished sanctuary it represented in earlier years when you first truly mastered your intricate craft. Within the vivid landscape of the dream, your hands move with an exquisite, fluid grace, deftly shaping pliant clay into forms that appear to emerge organically, as if rising directly from the very earth itself. Upon awakening, you meticulously recount the details of your dream to one of the sanctuary's sagacious priests, who then assists you in a thoughtful exploration of its potential underlying meanings. Perhaps Asclepius is endeavoring to rekindle within you the profound joy you once discovered in your vocational pursuits. He thoughtfully proposes. The true essence of healing might well involve not merely the physical restoration of your hands, but rather the rediscovery of that serene, peaceful state of mind that underpinned your most exquisite craftsmanship. Yet, arguably, the most profoundly transformative aspect of your sojourn stems from the quiet observation of other pilgrims as they navigate their own intricate healing processes. You bear witness to moments of sudden, illuminating breakthrough and periods of disheartening discouragement, to instances of dramatic, tangible improvements, and to subtle, incremental shifts that over time coalesce into significant, enduring change. Most importantly, you come to understand that the journey of healing rarely conforms precisely to anyone's preconceived initial expectations, but frequently surpasses them in unforeseen and remarkably beneficial ways. Your hands possess an innate wisdom you have yet to fully acknowledge, elucidates the master potter, an artisan who dedicates his expertise to instructing pilgrims with analogous conditions in adaptive techniques. They inherently comprehend the precise needs of the clay, cultivate trust in that profound, tactile knowledge, even when the movements feel distinctly different from what they once were. He meticulously demonstrates innovative methods for gripping tools that effectively diminish strain, strategic body positions that more evenly distribute physical pressure, and rhythmic patterns of work that judiciously incorporate periods of restorative rest before the onset of debilitating fatigue. A diligent farmer learns to effectively manage his chronic back pain, not through its complete eradication, but by assiduously cultivating work rhythms that proactively prevent debilitating flare-ups. A courageous soldier discovers that his deeply etched battle scars harbor invaluable wisdom pertaining to survival and resilience, insights that enable him to sagaciously guide younger recruits away from avoidable perils. A shrewd merchant ascertains that her pervasive chronic anxiety, when subjected to proper understanding and introspection, actually furnishes her with invaluable insights into complex market conditions that elude the perception of her less perceptive counterparts. Your own personal journey of healing unfolds along a similar trajectory of gradual, illuminating revelation rather than a sudden, miraculous cure. By the culmination of your stay, your hands have not miraculously regained their youthful flexibility. However, they have assiduously acquired novel methodologies of working that effectively mitigate pain while simultaneously preserving and even enhancing your inherent skill. Of even greater significance, you have forged a fundamentally different relationship with your physical condition, perceiving it not solely as an insurmountable limitation, but rather as a compelling invitation to embark upon a journey of deeper, more profound mastery. The culminating ceremony preceding your departure involves the creation of a votive offering, a tangible artifact designed to encapsulate and describe your transformative experience at the sanctuary. In stark contrast to the hopeful, anticipatory prayers you presented upon your arrival, this inscribed tablet meticulously records a profound gratitude for specific insights gleaned and tangible improvements realized. I arrived seeking the restoration of my former abilities. You inscribe with renewed conviction. I depart enriched with superior ones. As you purposefully walk away from the hallowed grounds of the Asclepion, retracing the familiar path that brought you to its doorstep mere days earlier, you carry with you far more than a mere collection of practical techniques for managing your physical condition. You have profoundly experienced a comprehensive model for approaching life's inherent difficulties. A model that seamlessly integrates rational, evidence-based treatment with a profound spiritual openness, individual diligent effort with robust community support, and a stoic acceptance of limitations with a persistent, unwavering commitment to continuous improvement. The return journey provides an invaluable period of quiet contemplation, allowing you ample time to thoughtfully integrate these newfound insights into the fabric of your daily existence. You diligently practice the prescribed exercises learned at the sanctuary, enthusiastically experiment with the innovative techniques for working with clay, and gradually implement substantive changes in your workshop routines that are designed to foster long-term health and well-being, rather than merely prioritizing short-term productivity. The transformative process of healing continues seamlessly within the familiar confines of your home, now that you possess the profound knowledge of how to actively participate in its ongoing unfolding. Perhaps the most truly remarkable aspect of your entire pilgrimage experience lies in how profoundly ordinary it ultimately felt. Despite its occurrence within a sacred, consecrated setting dedicated to the dispensation of divine healing, the genuine miracle was not a dramatic, instantaneous intervention, but rather a gradual, incremental transformation achieved through patient, holistic attention to the entirety of the human person, encompassing body, mind, and spirit in harmonious concert. This holistic approach to healing, originally pioneered and meticulously refined within the hallowed sanctuaries of Asclepius, continues to exert a profound influence upon contemporary therapeutic practice in ways both overtly obvious and subtly pervasive. As we meticulously trace your personal narrative from the depths of suffering through the purposeful act of seeking to the gradual, unfolding process of healing, one might readily discern how the sanctuary's approach masterfully honors both human agency and divine assistance. The benevolent deities provide both profound wisdom and opportune circumstances, yet the pilgrims themselves must still undertake the daily, diligent work of assiduously applying these invaluable insights to the intricate tapestry of actual life. Healing, therefore, blossoms into a profound collaboration between dedicated earthly effort and benevolent heavenly grace. Neither element sufficient in isolation, but together capable of achieving a transformation far surpassing what either could independently accomplish. Envision yourself perambulating through the venerable ruins of Epidaurus, widely acknowledged as the most celebrated of all Asclepian sanctuaries, a place where hundreds of these very votive tablets once adorned the sacred temple walls. While the vast majority have regrettably succumbed to the ravages of time and the covetous hands of treasure hunters, a sufficient number have miraculously endured, offering us precious glimpses into the lives of countless individuals who discovered within these hallowed grounds something they could not unearth anywhere else. Not merely physical healing, but a profound restoration of hope and a renewed sense of purpose that rendered life profoundly worth living once more. The quiet, profound transformation experienced by innumerable pilgrims, much like the fictional Lysander, finds its most enduring and poignant expression in the countless stone tablets that grateful patients meticulously left behind within the sacred temples of Asclepius. These ancient inscriptions, now rendered smooth and lustrous by centuries of weathering and the reverent touch of countless hands, meticulously preserve not only individual narratives of healing, but also a collective, powerful testament to the intricate workings of ancient medicine. Its gentle, profound miracles achieved through the patient cultivation of patience, the profound acquisition of wisdom, and a meticulous, unwavering attention to the complete, integrated human person, and an encompassing dedication to the holistic well-being of each individual. The very physical composition of these ancient tablets offers as much insight into historical healing practices as the narratives etched upon their surfaces. Fashioned predominantly from indigenous stone, they occasionally featured opulent marble when benefactors possessed the means, though more commonly, humble limestone or perishable wood, which has long since disintegrated into obscurity, served as their medium. The engraved messages themselves spanned a broad spectrum, from meticulously crafted compositions by erudite scribes to unadorned, heartfelt declarations scrawled by the patients themselves, utilizing whatever rudimentary artistic abilities they possessed. Ambrosia of Athens, whose vision had been cruelly obscured by cataracts, reposed within the sacred precincts and was granted a divine manifestation. It appeared to her that the deity approached and gently restored her sight with his ethereal touch. As the first light of dawn pierced the darkness, her vision was perfectly clear. This particular inscription, painstakingly pieced together from numerous scattered fragments, stands as a testament representative of hundreds of similar accounts of recuperation that seamlessly integrated pragmatic medical intervention with elements that defy straightforward rational explanation. Another invaluable tablet recounts the plight of Aristo of Troezen, who had endured a perplexing 5-year pregnancy without ever experiencing childbirth. Following a night of slumber in the hallowed sanctuary, she dreamt of a serpent caressing her abdomen, and remarkably, within the span of a single year, she gave birth to a healthy son. Contemporary medical understanding postulates that this intriguing case likely involved a form of pseudocyesis, or a complex gynecological ailment that ultimately responded favorably to the synergistic blend of physical care and profound psychological reassurance meticulously provided by the sanctuary's all-encompassing therapeutic philosophy. One might readily discern the striking divergence between these antiquated medical chronicles and modern clinical case studies, primarily in their distinctive amalgamation of empirical clinical observation with profound spiritual interpretation. The detailed depiction of Ambrosia's cataract procedure, for it is almost unequivocally what transpired, albeit couched in the evocative lexicon of mythology, contains specific elements that strongly imply genuine surgical intervention, all while meticulously preserving the reverential tone befitting a narrative of sacred restoration. Hermodocos of Lampsacus languished under the affliction of bodily paralysis. Upon seeking repose within the sanctuary, the benevolent god restored him to health and enjoined him to transport the most massive stone he could manage to the temple as a profound expression of gratitude. The man, now fully recovered, successfully conveyed the colossal stone, which presently rests before the temple's facade. This very stone endures to this day, an enormous, formidable block that would present a considerable challenge even to an individual in robust health, a compelling testament to a healing that not only reinstated mobility, but also invigorated strength and rekindled self-assurance. The numerous inscriptions unequivocally demonstrate that Asclepian healing operated as much through profound psychological metamorphosis as through direct physical intervention. A multitude of tablets meticulously chronicle conditions that, in our current medical paradigm, would be accurately categorized as psychosomatic, tangible symptoms originating from deep-seated emotional or spiritual distress that conventional physical medicine alone proved incapable of alleviating. The temple's integrated methodology, which meticulously addressed the body, mind, and spirit in unison, frequently yielded astonishingly positive outcomes in cases that utterly perplexed purely somatic medical practitioners. However, not every inscription recounts extraordinary, dramatic cures. A significant number instead document more subtle yet profoundly transformative changes that, nonetheless, irrevocably altered individual lives. Gorgias the potter arrived. His hands stiffened to the point of being unable to manipulate clay. Through the divine guidance bestowed by the god, he discovered innovative methods for shaping vessels, thereby honoring both his physical limitations and his inherent skill. He departs, not yearning for the dexterity he once possessed, but brimming with gratitude for the profound wisdom to adeptly utilize the hands he now commands. Furthermore, these invaluable tablets preserve compelling evidence of the sanctuary's remarkably sophisticated comprehension of what we now conceptualize as the placebo effect, the inherent curative power of unwavering hope and positive expectation when meticulously nurtured by genuine compassion and dedicated attention. Thus, Strata of Fae, who was afflicted by parasitic worms, slumbered within the sanctuary and experienced a dream wherein the divine sons of the god meticulously extracted the troublesome creatures from her abdomen. Upon awakening, she discovered herself entirely cured. This vivid description strongly suggests adept treatment for a parasitic infestation, presented within a narrative framework that respectfully acknowledged both the efficacy of medical intervention and the profound assistance of the divine. One can readily envision these poignant inscriptions being perused by new arrivals at the sanctuary, individuals desperately ill and seeking profound reassurance that their arduous journey had not been undertaken in vain. The tablet served a dual, vital purpose, acting both as meticulously maintained medical records and as powerful sources of encouragement, vividly demonstrating that others afflicted with comparable conditions had indeed found succor and recovery within these sacred walls. This multifaceted function rendered them therapeutic instruments in their own right, instilling a profound sense of hope that empowered patients to engage more actively and fully in their personal healing odyssey. These less dramatic, often quieter testimonies perhaps illuminate the authentic essence of Asclepian healing more profoundly than the sensational, miraculous cures that so captivated the ancient imagination. The sanctuary's enlightened philosophy recognized that true healing did not invariably imply a complete restoration to previous states of perfect health, but rather the discovery of adaptive strategies to live a full and meaningful life within whatever limitations might exist. This compassionate outlook extended a beacon of hope to patients whose conditions defied complete eradication, but could nevertheless be managed with profound dignity and renewed purpose. Certain inscriptions explicitly reveal the sanctuary's audacious willingness to embark upon treatments for conditions that other contemporary physicians had unequivocally deemed beyond all hope. Alus arrived, sightless and utterly alone, guided solely by his loyal canine companion. The benevolent god graciously restored his vision, and he departed overflowing with joy, no longer requiring the faithful guidance of his devoted friend. The refreshingly matter-of-fact tone of this account strongly implies that treating blindness, while undoubtedly a formidable challenge, was not considered an insurmountable impossibility at Epidaurus. The sheer diversity of ailments meticulously documented within the tablets unequivocally demonstrates the comprehensive and far-reaching scope of Asclepian medicine. Fractured bones, festering wounds, debilitating chronic pain, various mental afflictions, complex fertility challenges, and enigmatic maladies that defied any conventional categorization all found dedicated treatment and compassionate care within the sanctuaries. This remarkable breadth strongly suggests a medical paradigm that regarded all manifestations of human suffering as inherently worthy of meticulous attention and the profound potential for healing. Pandora of Thessaly presented her young daughter, who had remained silent since early childhood. After 3 nights spent within the sanctuary, the child uttered a sound in her sleep, and from that auspicious day forward, she communicated normally. Such instances powerfully hint at the sanctuary's remarkably sophisticated understanding of psychological trauma and its tangible physical manifestations, employing therapeutic techniques that would not seem out of place in the context of modern psychological counseling. Archaeological investigations provide compelling evidence that a considerable number of patients resided at the sanctuaries for extended durations, thereby fostering the emergence of ephemeral communities composed of individuals united by their shared quest for healing. The inscriptions occasionally allude to these nascent relationships. The Anno of Ina extends her gratitude not only to the divine, but also to her fellow pilgrims, whose steadfast companionship rendered the arduous journey toward wellness considerably more bearable. The inherent therapeutic value derived from shared experiences with others confronting analogous challenges thus added yet another profound dimension to the intricate healing process. The inscriptions further illuminate the inherently democratic ethos of Asclepian healing. Both the affluent and the impoverished, the enslaved and the free, the foreign visitor and the native citizen, all left behind heartfelt testimonies of gratitude. Nicariba, a slave woman hailing from Mycen, experienced a dream in which the god meticulously removed a growth from her neck. Her mistress, witnessing the undeniable efficacy of the cure, granted her freedom and subsequently dedicated this tablet in commemoration. Healing in this sacred context transcended societal stratifications in ways that remarkably few other ancient institutions managed to accomplish. However, perhaps the most profoundly moving inscriptions are those that meticulously record not merely physical restoration, but also deep-seated spiritual transformation. Antiphanes arrived consumed by despair, having tragically lost his entire family to a devastating plague and his fertile fields to a prolonged drought. Here, he discovered not a miraculous restoration of what was irrevocably lost, but rather the indomitable strength to meticulously construct a new existence from the remnants that remained. These powerful testimonies strongly suggest that the sanctuaries functioned as rudimentary counseling centers, where individuals could meticulously process profound grief and trauma in ways that ultimately empowered them to continue living with renewed purpose and meaning. Some tablets meticulously document instances where the healing trajectory necessitated multiple visits, spanning several years. Aristian of Halai, for example, returned for his 3rd visit. Each subsequent visit brought with it a deeper, more nuanced understanding of his condition and an enhanced proficiency in managing its complexities. He dedicated this tablet, not in celebration of a completed cure, but rather as an acknowledgement of a journey well and truly commenced. These inscriptions thus reveal a remarkably pragmatic and realistic expectation regarding healing as an ongoing, iterative process rather than a singular, dramatic event. The linguistic style employed within the inscriptions frequently mirrors the authentic voices of the patients themselves, rather than adhering to formal religious terminology. I arrived here barely clinging to life, and now depart ready to embrace existence anew, eloquently writes one profoundly grateful pilgrim. The sheer simplicity and unvarnished directness of such declarations carry a far greater weight of conviction than any elaborate theological disquisition could possibly convey. These individuals are not articulating abstract doctrines, but rather recounting tangible, lived transformations in their daily experience. Contemporary scholars meticulously studying the extant inscriptions have discerned discernible patterns that strongly suggest standardized approaches to various categories of conditions. Dream healing, for instance, was particularly emphasized for psychological disorders. Surgical intervention was applied to physical injuries. Dietary adjustments and lifestyle modifications were prescribed for chronic conditions. And profound spiritual counseling was offered for existential crises. The tablets collectively unveil a medical system sufficiently sophisticated to meticulously tailor treatments to specific individual needs, rather than indiscriminately offering one-size-fits-all solutions. Euphrates the soldier initially perceived his wounds as ignominious symbols of cowardice. Within these hallowed walls, he underwent a profound re-education, learning that they were, in fact, undeniable evidence of his inherent courage. His healing journey consequently commenced, not with the regeneration of new flesh, but with the profound acquisition of a new and empowering understanding. Inscriptions such as this compellingly reveal the sanctuary's nuanced approach to trauma, an approach that remarkably anticipates modern psychological recognition of how the process of meaning-making profoundly influences recovery from both physical and emotional wounds. The ancient records from these venerable healing sanctuaries frequently chronicle individuals' profound recovery from a multitude of afflictions, encompassing both grievous physical injuries and deep emotional distress. Remarkably, among the most compelling of these historical accounts are inscriptions detailing instances where supplicants obtained profound healing not for their own ailments, but rather on behalf of cherished family members or intimate companions who were physically unable to undertake the arduous pilgrimage to the sacred site. One particularly poignant narrative tells of Xenophon, who, in a vivid dream, received divine guidance regarding a cure for his son's severe lameness. Upon awakening, he diligently applied the precise therapeutic methods revealed to him by the god, and in due course, the boy regained his full mobility, walking with ease and normalcy. These extraordinary testimonies eloquently suggest a remarkably advanced and empathetic comprehension of how invaluable healing wisdom could be effectively conveyed and administered, transcending the mere physical confines and geographical limitations of the hallowed sanctuary itself. Furthermore, these ancient stone tablets serve as invaluable repositories, preserving compelling evidence of the sanctuary's crucial role as a center for education and knowledge dissemination. Numerous grateful patients, having experienced their own miraculous recoveries, meticulously documented not merely their personal restoration to health, but also the invaluable medical insights and practical techniques they acquired during their stay. This newfound knowledge they then diligently applied to assist and treat their family members and neighbors within their respective communities. Consider, for instance, the case of Katie, a skilled midwife, who during her time at the sanctuary mastered innovative methods for navigating perilous and difficult births. Her acquired expertise subsequently enabled her to safeguard the lives of countless mothers and their infants in her home city, transforming potential tragedies into joyous beginnings. In essence, these sacred sanctuaries functioned as rudimentary yet highly effective medical academies, where vital practical knowledge was generously imparted and freely shared among all who possessed the dedication and capacity to utilize it for the betterment of others. Regrettably, the relentless passage of time and the erosive forces of nature have steadily worn away the vast majority of these precious stone testimonies. Consequently, we are now left with mere fragments, tantalizing glimpses into what were undoubtedly thousands upon thousands of deeply personal narratives. These remnants subtly allude to individual sagas of profound suffering gradually transmuted into burgeoning hope, of physical or emotional limitations courageously confronted and ultimately overcome through a spirit of acceptance, and of lives meticulously restored through the delicate and patient intertwining of human medical acumen and profound divine compassion. These enduring inscriptions serve as a powerful, timeless reminder that beneath the grand edifice of every significant medical breakthrough and every monumental advancement in healthcare, there invariably reside innumerable personal stories. These are the tales of ordinary individuals who possessed the extraordinary courage to believe that their individual pain held intrinsic significance, and that their eventual healing was, indeed, a tangible possibility. As one might pause and reflect in the hushed tranquility of a contemplative moment, it is perhaps possible to conjure these ancient voices, whispering across the vast expanse of centuries. They speak not solely of the dramatic, awe-inspiring cures that captured widespread attention and wonder, but also of the more modest, yet equally vital victories. The smaller triumphs that gently restored a sense of normalcy and made the fabric of everyday existence bearable once more. Perhaps the most profound healing chronicled within these venerable tablets is the very rekindling of hope itself, the profound and liberating realization that even amidst the most formidable and darkest shadows of illness, the transformative potential for recovery and renewal steadfastly endures. Our narrative journey through the remarkable life and enduring legacy of Asclepius now culminates in that enigmatic and sacred moment when the mortal healer, through a unique convergence of destiny and devotion, transcends his earthly existence to assume his rightful place among the pantheon of the gods. Yet this extraordinary transformation is not achieved through the conventional means of military conquest, political maneuvering, or a series of ostentatious, grand gestures. Instead, it emerges organically and naturally from a life meticulously dedicated to the singular, unwavering purpose of alleviating suffering, one patient at a time, with an unwavering commitment. It is through this gentle, yet persistent dedication to compassionate service that the often impenetrable boundary separating the human and the divine gradually attenuates and ultimately dissolves. One might readily envision the venerable Asclepius in his twilight years as a mortal man. His once dark hair would have been transformed to a luminous white, mirroring the pristine marble of the temples now being erected in his honor. His hands, though undeniably bearing the indelible marks and subtle tremors of countless healings performed over decades, would nonetheless remain remarkably steady and reassuring as they tenderly caressed a patient's fevered brow. He would move with a more measured and deliberate pace now, yet his touch, imbued with an intrinsic kindness, would retain the same gentle efficacy it possessed in his formative youth, when the wise centaur Chiron first patiently instructed him in the intricate art of binding wounds within the verdant seclusion of his forest sanctuary. By this era, the magnificent temples erected in his esteemed name had proliferated and spread far and wide across the Hellenic world, standing as testament to his growing renown. Despite this widespread veneration, Asclepius himself continued to harbor a distinct preference for the quiet, intimate work of individual healing, finding it far more fulfilling than the elaborate ceremonial aspects of divine worship that were beginning to surround him. The formidable reputation that had steadily accumulated around him over many decades of devoted service presented him with both unparalleled opportunities and unforeseen challenges. Powerful kings from distant lands sought his invaluable counsel regarding devastating plagues that threatened to decimate their kingdoms. Wealthy aristocratic families offered vast fortunes in exchange for his personal attention to their most intractable ailments. Moreover, scores of fellow physicians, driven by a thirst for knowledge, undertook arduous journeys spanning great distances, eager to learn his unique techniques and to comprehend the profound wisdom underpinning his therapeutic methods. Yet, amidst all this burgeoning fame and demand, Asclepius remained most genuinely content and at peace within the unassuming confines of simple rooms, where ordinary people grappled with the raw realities of pain and fear. These individuals required not merely skilled medical intervention, but also the invaluable reassurance that someone truly and deeply cared about their suffering. However, the very zenith of his healing success, an unparalleled mastery over illness and affliction, inevitably brought with it a complex array of complications. As Asclepius's abilities continued to expand, transcending anything that could be attributed to purely mortal medicine, he began to inadvertently attract the unwelcome attention of entities who viewed his extraordinary work with growing suspicion rather than profound gratitude. The other gods, ensconced securely within their ancient and traditional domains of power, became increasingly disquieted by the emergence of a healer whose pervasive influence was spreading not through the customary channels of fear or ritualistic worship, but rather through the genuine and heartfelt service he rendered to humanity. The critical, defining moment of this escalating tension arrived when Asclepius commenced not merely the healing of the sick and infirm, but the audacious act of raising the dead, a transgression that fundamentally breached boundaries that even the most powerful divine healers were strictly forbidden to cross. The inaugural instance of this unprecedented act involved a young mother who tragically succumbed during childbirth, despite Asclepius's most fervent and expert efforts to preserve her life. While her infant remarkably survived, the profound and heart-wrenching grief of her husband stirred Asclepius to contemplate and then attempt something he had never before dared. Drawing upon the potent divine power intrinsically inherited from his illustrious father, Apollo, he invoked the woman's spirit, summoning it back from the shadowy depths of the underworld, and meticulously restored her to the vibrant embrace of life. The resurrection proved successful, and for a fleeting, radiant moment, the overwhelming joy of a reunited family appeared to entirely justify this utterly unprecedented and audacious intervention. Nevertheless, such dramatic and flagrant violations of the established natural order could not possibly remain concealed for long. Word of this astonishing miracle, embellished and amplified with each retelling, spread with breathtaking rapidity throughout the entire region. Soon, desperate relatives from every corner of Greece, driven by an agonizing blend of grief and hope, began to seek out Asclepius. They arrived bearing the lifeless bodies of their beloved departed, their voices choked with pleas, imploring him to perform similar resurrections. Each new case presented Asclepius with an agonizing moral quandary, a profound choice that tore at the very core of his being. How could a healer, who had dedicated his entire existence to the sacred preservation of life, conceivably refuse to restore it when he possessed the undeniable power to do so? Yet, with each successful resurrection, Asclepius began to grasp the terrifying realization that his interventions were fundamentally threatening the intricate and delicate order that was essential for the cosmos to function coherently. If the ultimate finality of death were to become universally reversible, profound questions arose concerning the very fabric of existence. What then would become of the immutable natural cycles that govern all life and death? What would befall the hard-won wisdom, often gleaned through immense suffering, that emerges from the profound and necessary acceptance of human mortality? Hades, the formidable god of the underworld, observed these developments with an escalating sense of alarm and indignation as the steady, predictable flow of souls into his shadowy realm dwindled to a mere trickle. The meticulously maintained and critically important balance between life and death, a balance absolutely essential to the harmonious functioning of the cosmos itself, began to perceptibly waver and destabilize under the relentless pressure of Asclepius's compassionate, yet profoundly disruptive interventions. Other powerful gods, too, discovered that their own long-established domains were being adversely affected as mortals who, according to the natural order, should have died, continued to live on indefinitely. This anomaly began to fundamentally alter the ancient patterns of worship, the ebb and flow of warfare, and the natural succession of generations that had meticulously structured divine authority and mortal society for countless millennia. Even Zeus himself, the formidable king of the gods, grew increasingly concerned, not from a petty jealousy of Asclepius's burgeoning power, but from a profound and strategic understanding that certain fundamental boundaries existed not to arbitrarily limit compassion, but rather to meticulously preserve the larger, intricate harmony within which true and sustainable compassion could effectively operate. The sovereign ruler of Olympus was thus confronted with an epoch-defining decision, one that would irrevocably shape the relationship between raw divine power and profound moral responsibility. Should he permit unlimited healing, an unchecked force that threatened to unravel the very cosmic order? Or should he decisively stop a healer whose sole perceived transgression was an overwhelming and boundless caring for human suffering? The final, inevitable confrontation arrived, not with the expected cataclysmic fury of thunder and earthquakes, but with a chilling, sudden precision, a single, perfectly aimed thunderbolt hurled by the hand of Zeus, struck Asclepius with devastating force as he was diligently working over yet another patient who had already tragically passed away. The divine execution unfolded with terrifying swiftness, without any prior warning or the opportunity for a single last word. One moment, the dedicated healer was bent intently over his patient. deeply engrossed in his compassionate work. The very next moment, both Asclepius and the deceased patient lay utterly still, silenced beneath the immutable weight of Zeus's ultimate judgment. Yet, rather than marking a definitive end to his extraordinary story, this divine execution, paradoxically, became the very catalyst for Asclepius's ultimate transformation. Apollo, Asclepius's divine father, mourned the tragic death of his beloved son with such profound and inconsolable grief that his sorrow threatened to plunge the entire world into an eternal, unyielding darkness. The sun god's overwhelming anguish moved even the stern heart of Zeus to reconsider his harsh and absolute judgment, ultimately leading to a momentous compromise that sought to honor both the demands of cosmic justice and the profound imperatives of compassion. In a gesture of both punishment and apotheosis, Zeus placed Asclepius among the celestial bodies, immortalizing him as the constellation of Ophiuchus, the illustrious serpent-bearer, thereby ensuring that his benevolent influence would endure eternally across the heavens. More significantly still, the healer's indomitable spirit ascended to take its rightful, unique place within the revered pantheon of gods. Not as a conqueror demanding submission, or a ruler wielding absolute power, but as something far rarer and more profound. A divine being whose immense power emanated entirely and unequivocally from the wellspring of pure compassion. In stark contrast to other powerful deities who frequently demanded exacting sacrifices and unquestioning submission from their mortal devotees, Asclepius, in his divine form, graciously offered healing that requested nothing in return, save for a sincere commitment to utilize one's recovered health with wisdom, prudence, and a sense of purpose. His temples, now imbued with his divine presence, were transformed into true sanctuaries, sacred spaces where human suffering was invariably met with profound understanding and empathy, rather than condemnation or judgment. The authentic miracle of Asclepius's deification was not merely that a mortal man ascended to become a god, but rather that he became a god who profoundly remembered and retained the intimate understanding of what it truly felt like to be mortal, to experience pain, fear, and hope. His divine healing powers, even in their elevated state, continued to embody the gentle patience meticulously cultivated during his human years, the practical wisdom meticulously gained from Chiron's profound teachings, and the inherent humility that arose from diligently working within the constraints of limitations, rather than simply attempting to overwhelm them with raw power. The magnificent temples dedicated to the divine Asclepius continued to operate according to the very same enlightened principles that had been firmly established during his mortal practice. Healing within these hallowed precincts consistently occurred through a synergistic combination of pragmatic medical interventions, robust psychological support, and a profound spiritual transformation. Patients, therefore, discovered not only significant physical relief from their ailments, but also a profound restoration of hope and a renewed sense of purpose in their lives. The iconic staff entwined with a serpent, his enduring symbol, came to represent and honor both the immense power inherent in healing and the crucial, often overlooked restraint necessary for true and holistic restoration. Perhaps most remarkably of all, Asclepius's profound transformation into divinity did not, as might be expected, distance him from the intricacies of human suffering. On the contrary, it served to profoundly deepen and broaden his intrinsic connection to it. As an omniscient God, he could now simultaneously manifest his benevolent presence in all his myriad sanctuaries, offering restorative healing dreams to countless patients, subtly guiding physicians towards accurate diagnoses, and providing the essential spiritual fortitude that enabled individuals to bravely endure chronic conditions that, even with divine intervention, could not be completely cured. The god's pervasive and gentle influence thus extended far beyond the physical boundaries of his consecrated temples, permeating the very fabric of human experience. Indeed, every physician who skillfully combines exceptional technical expertise with genuine, heartfelt compassion meticulously carries forward Asclepius's enduring legacy into the modern era. Every healer who thoughtfully treats the entire person, encompassing mind, body, and spirit, rather than merely addressing isolated symptoms, respectfully honors his holistic approach. Every significant medical advance that conscientiously prioritizes the welfare of the patient above professional prestige or personal gain unmistakably reflects his profound values. However, Asclepius's greatest and most enduring gift to humanity may well be his powerful demonstration that divine power and moral responsibility are not antithetical concepts, but rather harmonious and indispensable partners. His profound willingness to accept inherent limits on his extraordinary abilities, even to the ultimate point of death, unequivocally illustrates that true and effective healing necessitates a deep wisdom regarding precisely when to intervene with active treatment, and when, with equal grace and understanding, to accept that which ultimately cannot be altered. This profound and nuanced understanding makes his inherent power infinitely more effective, not less, because it operates harmoniously within, rather than defiantly against, the immutable natural order of the cosmos. The serpent gracefully entwined around his staff stands as an impeccable emblem for this measured approach to the potency of healing. Snakes are inherently perilous creatures, possessing venom capable of inflicting death, yet that very same venom, when meticulously prepared and judiciously administered, can transform into a potent therapeutic agent. This profound symbol serves as a constant reminder that the act of healing invariably entails an engagement with forces that harbor both destructive and curative potential, thereby demanding a profound blend of specialized knowledge and sagacious discernment for their secure application. As the epochs unfolded, the reverence for Asclepius propagated extensively across the Mediterranean sphere and far beyond its initial confines. Mighty Roman emperors sought counsel from his renowned oracles. Burgeoning Christian communities ingeniously adapted his established healing methodologies, and scholarly Islamic physicians diligently delved into the intricacies of his therapeutic techniques. His pervasive influence transcended the conventional divides of religious doctrines and cultural distinctions, primarily because it resonated deeply with the universal human predicament of suffering and the equally pervasive, inherent human yearning for solace and amelioration. Contemporary medical science demonstrably retains distinct vestiges of Asclepian influence. This is evident from the iconic caduceus symbol, frequently employed by various medical organizations, to the nuanced understanding that effective healing encompasses not merely physical interventions, but also profound psychological and intricate social determinants of well-being. The pioneering holistic philosophy, initially cultivated and perfected within his ancient sanctuaries, persistently evolves within modern practices that meticulously endeavor to treat patients as integrated, complete individuals, rather than merely addressing an isolated collection of disparate symptoms. Nevertheless, perhaps the most enduring and poignant facet of Asclepius's profound legacy resides in the simple yet powerful recognition that healing constitutes a sacred endeavor. This sanctity does not arise from a necessity for supernatural intervention, but rather because it epitomizes the zenith of human skill, meticulously applied in dedicated service to the overarching welfare of humanity. Every authentic act of healing, spanning from intricate surgeries that miraculously preserve lives to the gentle, compassionate words that offer solace to the dying, participates in the very essence of the divine compassion that Asclepius so perfectly personified. One might, as thoughts gently drift towards repose, contemplate the subtle yet profound revolution that Asclepius inaugurated. In an ancient world populated by deities who frequently demanded arduous sacrifice and absolute submission, he presented a distinctly different paradigm, a form of healing that simultaneously honored the intrinsic dignity of humankind and the profound insights of divine wisdom. His indelible legacy persists not solely within the hallowed halls of hospitals and esteemed medical schools, but rather in every instance where an individual consciously selects empathy over apathy, where skilled hands diligently work to alleviate distress, and where the fragile flame of hope courageously endures despite overwhelming adversities. The mortal who ascended to become a revered god of healing imparts a crucial lesson: that true divinity is not predicated upon wielding power over others, but rather upon an unwavering, patient dedication to enhancing the lives of those within our sphere. His compelling narrative serves as a potent reminder that the most profound transformations frequently manifest not through grandiose dramatic gestures, but through a consistent succession of persistent acts of service, meticulously performed with an inherent gentleness and sagaciously guided by a wisdom that reveres both what can be altered and what must, with grace, be accepted. One may rest assured, knowing that Asclepius's benevolent and gentle influence perpetually flows through our interconnected world, much like a subterranean spring, subtly surfacing wherever genuine healing transpires and whenever love triumphs over debilitating fear. In the meticulous diagnosis of every physician, in the comforting, gentle touch of every nurse, and in every moment when suffering is met with profound understanding rather than harsh judgment, the God of healing ceaselessly continues his vital work of transmogrifying pain into resilient hope, one cherished patient at a time. The principle of addressing each discrete element, or T, sequentially rather than concurrently, underpins a profound wisdom often overlooked in the relentless rush of modern endeavor. This methodical approach advocates for a singular focus, dedicating undivided attention to one specific task or component before transitioning to the next. It posits that true efficacy and mastery emerge not from a frantic attempt to juggle multiple demands simultaneously, but from a deliberate, step-by-step engagement with each individual challenge. By isolating and concentrating on a solitary T, whether it represents a complex problem, a critical decision, or a small, foundational step within a larger project, practitioners can delve deeper into its intricacies, uncover nuances, and apply their full cognitive resources. This focused dedication minimizes errors, enhances the quality of execution, and ultimately fosters a more sustainable and less overwhelming pathway towards achieving comprehensive objectives, ensuring that each segment is thoroughly understood and properly handled before moving forward.